Council, and our first item of business is to record apologies for absence, please.
Thank you, Chair. We've got apologies this evening from Councillor Archer, Councillor Butcher, and we've got Councillor Linthwaite here as a substitute.
Thank you. We move then to number 2 on the agenda, approval of minutes of the previous meeting. They're found on pages 9 to 18 of the agenda. Does any member wish to raise anything from those minutes? Councillor Bryan? They've been moved. Are they seconded? Do members therefore then deem them as a true and correct record of what there and therein took place? Please will you indicate? Any abstentions? One abstention. They're carried. Thank you. We've moved to interests. Do members wish to, at this point, have recorded any specific interests? Thank you. None, Tommy. Tommy, in terms of for public participation, have we any specific at this point, or is it just for the applications? Right. So we're going to move then to section 5 of the agenda, applications for determination. And our first application tonight, found on pages 19 to 48, is the erection of 15 dwelling houses with associated garages at land adjacent Biggin View, Dog Lane, Hulland Ward, and this did form one of our site visits yesterday. And can I at this point, because we do listen with care, thank the members of the Parish Council that attended and spoke to the committee. So I'll open it up at this point to, I think we've got 3, if not 4 speakers at this point. So our first one is Councillor Arthur Champion, Hulland Ward Parish Council. And Arthur, you're going to comment on the application, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Hulland Ward Parish Council remains opposed to this application for the following reasons. Firstly, the proposed access road to the 15-house development is a single-track road over private ground, which has already been rejected for being unsafe, unprofessional, and has not been adopted. Since the application has, however, been allowed at appeal, following further consultation within the Parish Council, we would submit 2 further proposals for your consideration. Abandon the application and encourage the developer to submit a new application for half the number of dwellings, say 7 houses. They would, of course, be larger and more expensive, but traffic would be halved, and this would be of great benefit for the safety of the residents in George Rogers Close. If, however, the existing proposal for 15 houses is to be allowed, Hulland Ward Parish Council would request the District Planning Committee to authorise a feasibility study to be carried out for a roundabout to be constructed on the A517 Dog Lane Junction to give a new and safe means of access to the site of the proposed development. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Champion. The second speaker is Councillor Peter Birkbeck. Peter. You've got 3 minutes, Peter.
Thank you. Evening. Just 2 points tonight, history and another proposed option. Cameron Homes originally planned to build 15 houses in addition to the 33 houses at the Cameron Homes estate. They took an option on the land and seriously considered the extension to their development until 2/3 through, when for no confirmed reason they withdrew their option. Had they proceeded, we would not be arguing tonight. George Rogers Close would have been fully adopted, the cul-de-sac would be a proper road, and the owners of 19, 21, 23, 25 and 27 would have been sold normal houses without the ownership of the cul-de-sac. There would have been no problems as such. Cameron Homes, following their decision, downgraded the cul-de-sac, sold the land to the above householders, grassed the field entrance, and the householder's deeds show total ownership of the cul-de-sac with occasional access to the adjoining fields subject to 24 hours notice. When a new application for 15 houses was put forward some 2 years ago, it was rightly rejected by the Parish Council and the District Planning Committee as being unsafe, unadopted and unprofessional. One of your colleagues at the planning meeting to discuss the planning application cited this application as the worst he'd ever seen presented to the committee. Words that were front page news in the Ashbourne paper and the Derby paper. What has changed? Nothing, other than the application was appealed, and much to everyone's astonishment, it was allowed at appeal by an inspector who stated, amongst other things, she had seen worse. Our current councillors have seen yesterday the access road remains unsafe, unadopted, unprofessional, and fully owned as a private road by householders 19 to 27. The option putting forward that came about from discussions yesterday, following the site meeting yesterday, Parish Council would like to propose the following additional option. We would ask parish councillors, as addressing you as councillors first, planning second, to come to the assistance of the householders locked unwittingly into this application. We would ask you to hold all developments on this application until some legal format has been agreed with the householders. We understand from the pure planning side, including the appeal outcome, that on paper there isn't a case for approval. But we also understand householders' deeds say that not a single vehicle movement can be made without 24 notice for each vehicle without legal agreements. This is on their deeds. We therefore request an adjournment of the discussions tonight relating to this application until legal agreements have been made to provide a satisfactory outcome for everybody concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. I call the local resident, Robert Staley, please, to address the committee. And again, Robert, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman and Committee. I am owner of number 25, George Rogers Close, which is the plot next to the development site, which will be mainly affected by it. Despite the fact that no one resident in Hulland Ward wants the site built on for housing or any other development, it is still the access issue that is our major concern. For safety issues, which has been mentioned, and for the fact that we actually own part of the proposed access. For these reasons, I'm here today to vent my concerns and to urge you to reject the planning proposals. It seems to me that it has all along been pushed to go through without any consideration for the residents or the community. Despite somebody walking around this part of the estate to see if the access is suitable and then saying that it is suitable with no surveying of road structure or consideration of who actually owns the sections of privately owned driveways has been done. Have these people actually presumed the owners of the sections of driveways would just give up or dig up their land? I certainly will not be granting such. The proposed access is over a section of lawn belonging to me and hasn't been constructed to take any traffic. Do you think that we are just going to let whoever just alter that land? Do we as owners have less right to these sections than the developers? A developer does not have the right to take or alter our property, and we are not going to grant it. I will also not allow access other than under the terms of our deeds with 24 hours notice. Surely this issue of access needs to be resolved first before planning is granted or an alternative access point found. Also, we as owners are responsible for the wear and tear of the driveway. Will the developer then, the residents of the future newly built houses, pay for maintenance of our driveway? Because how I see it, it will be down to the owners. For these reasons, I am objecting to the development. I also do not support the suggestion of planning for less houses, as this does not resolve any of the issues I've mentioned above. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. And hopefully during the case officer's report, he will address the things that you've just raised. Okay, thank you. So I call upon now the agent, please, John Imber. John, please, if you would address the Planning Committee. And you've got 5 minutes.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. Your officer's report identifies all relevant material planning considerations, clearly sets out the planning balance and arrives at a positive recommendation, which is welcomed. The principle of developing the site is established by the outline planning permission granted on appeal in November 2023. This permission establishes both the principle of building 15 houses on the site and the detailed access arrangements. The outline permission remains live and is a material planning consideration which attracts significant weight in the determination of these similar proposals. Your officer's report correctly points out that the right of access to the site is a civil matter rather than a material planning consideration. However, our clients do have a right of access from the public highway of George Rogers Close across the intervening area, all the way up to and including over the boundary of my client's property, and for the full width of the right-of-way. This right of access is for any purpose or use, and at any time, without any restrictions. And we have sent a copy of land registry documents to the local planning authority to confirm this. As a matter of record, the properties over whom this right-of-way exists are fully aware of the right-of-way and have been since they purchased the properties. It is clear on their registered titles, along with the transfer plan, and it is shown on the plan that this right-of-way was to access a future development. The existence of the right-of-way and its purpose were therefore clear when the properties were purchased. By signing the transfer contract, the residents are bound by these rights accordingly. We would also like to point out that we've suggested and agreed with the local planning authority that for the construction period only, we will temporarily utilise the existing field entrance from the main road under a controlled and managed procedure. This will deliver betterment over the approved outline planning scheme. However, this in no way reduces or dilutes our entitlement to use our right-of-way to access the development in a permanent way and at the appropriate time. In terms of the planning issues, the only pertinent consideration is that the site has permission for 15 houses accessed via the indicated routes of our client's registered title. In determining the appeal last year, the inspector came to the clear conclusion that the access was a safe and suitable arrangement to serve the 15 properties approved. This is corroborated by the Highway Authority, which raised no objections to the proposals. Our clients also have a legal right to connect to foul and surface drainage, including the attenuation pond serving the Cameron development. The attenuation pond was designed to accommodate the development of our site, which was envisaged at that stage. However, our clients also have the right to expand the attenuation pond in the unlikely event that runoff is greater than originally envisaged, once a surface water drainage design is agreed by condition. We would respectfully point out to the committee that these rights were enshrined within the original permission granted to Cameron Homes and incorporated accordingly. Cameron Homes were always fully aware that the intention was for further development and it would be connected to the drainage apparatus they installed and had approved under their conditions. In summary, the development remains broadly similar to that approved on appeal, which the inspector found to be an appropriate solution for the site. On that basis, we would respectfully request that members follow the advice of their professional planning officers and approve the scheme. Thank you for your time.
Going to bring in now Sean Robson. Sean, if you would kindly outline.
Yes, thank you, Chair. If I can draw members' attention to the presentation, I'll just go through the slides. Some of the members that were able to make the site visit even, will be aware of the site. So this is the application site hatched in purple. This is the proposed layout of the scheme were it to be approved. As you can see, the access comes off the unadopted highway from the main road, which actually canvas to the left as I'm looking directly at the plan. The access for the construction period is between the two trees at the bottom left-hand corner of the actual plan. The layout plan is shown. And as the applicant's agent indicated, that will be for control purposes during construction, the construction period where the application to be granted. These are just a few slides just indicating the actual design of the various properties on the particular site. So, as you can see, various different sizes, scale and material palettes. And these are just a few photographs of the actual site itself. So as you can see, the site itself, this is, sorry, if I just go back from the very beginning. So this is the approximate location that you can see as you approach the site. It's in the distance, it's behind between the wooded area and the site. It's a bit difficult to see from the actual drawing. This is looking back towards the existing development site, the existing residential properties, the estate. And again, just another shot looking back towards the estate, and again, just panoramic views of the site. One point I just want to come back, if I could, Chair, just through you. One of the genuine concerns shared by the parish council, by the resident that spoke, we did receive, as part of the consultation process of the application, a revised certificate B, that indicates that the number of properties that do share the current access arrangement that serves or runs up to the site, that the certificate was served on them, indicating that they are the owners or part owners of the site. So that's the legality side of it in terms of whether it's certificate A or certificate B in support of the application.
Sorry,
Sean, I can't hear what you're saying. Can you go back?
Oh, sorry, yes, certainly.
Can you go back when you started about a minute or so?
Certainly. So these are the photographs of the actual site and the site layout. Sorry, the site as it exists at this moment in time. And the next point I was going to speak to was the certificate that was served with the planning application. Originally, it came in as certificate A. During the consultation process of the application, certificate B was served, indicating or highlighting those residents that have access over the private road that serves their property and is proposed to gain access to the site were it to be approved. And the point I just wanted to come back to through the chair was a point that was raised by the resident. Whenever an application comes in and it's the joint ownership over an area of land, unfortunately, it is a civil matter. The authority does have the utmost understanding from residents if they raise that issue. However, in terms of how we've assessed the application and what's been received in support of the application, that does fit the legal requirements of an application of this nature, or any application of that nature. So I'm afraid, whilst I do empathise with what the objector has said, it is a civil matter between the parties involved. And one thing, just to close in on, were the application to be supported by members and approved, and were an issue to arise about a civil case, the granting of a planning permission, wherever that may well be, does not override civil rights or civil matters to do with land ownership. And members' attention will obviously be aware of the fact that one thing that is still outstanding, we do not have a formal comment as of this evening from the local lead flood authority in their capacity. However, the condition number 7 on the actual report as it's written reflects that was highlighted by the planning inspector in the recent planning appeal in November of last year, that it does allow for the expansion or this discharge of service water into the attenuation pond. For consistency, officers have pulled that through into this particular application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sean. Can I just bring to members' attention, there has been a late representation, a letter from DTMA Holdings Limited. Have members got that? So, have members actually had time to look at the... Does any member want a bit more time? Peter?
Chair, it was emailed out, Chair, earlier today.
Yeah, right. Okay, can I remind members at this point we're taking questions. Please don't make long statements. I don't want to rule anyone out of order at this point, so please play the game, just ask your question, and then later we'll have the debate. Councillor Hughes.
Chair, thank you. I will keep to that. Chair, I've got one question about the advice provided by the Highways Authority, and it's not about the access through the estate over the private land. It's about the other access. Are we I'm not sure what the advice was about the other access, the access from Dog Lane, is it? But if we chose to perhaps relax the restrictions on that, would that be allowable under planning law?
Sean?
Yes, sir, through you, Chair. My reading of the file and the comments and what's being said was the understanding that it was solely to be used for the purposes of the construction period of the site and not a permanent vehicular access to serve the development of 15 dwellings, or conversely, if the access was proposed as it is at the moment to the private road, the estate in its entirety that could effectively use that means of access. That was my understanding from the case officer, that that was the rationale that was used and the dispensation, for want of a better word, for the construction period of the site. So it wasn't, to answer your question, we can't relax it as part of this decision. If the applicant at some point wanted to use that or adopt that or have that adopted as a means of access to the 15 dwellings and the site in its entirety, the estate in its entirety, that would be subject to a separate consent. It would need consent from the Highway Authority. And again, I'm afraid I can't answer how they would respond to that. But to answer your question, we can't relax that as part of this application and make that the permanent access arrangement to the site.
David, do you wish to ask a supplementary to that?
I'm not sure if I have a second question. It's really an explanation, I suppose, as to why the Highways Authority has that right to stop us doing that.
Thank you. Councillor Dobbs. Sorry, yeah.
Sorry, as part of the ongoing consideration of the application, to get to this point, that was something that was discussed between the case officer and the highway officers of the county council, and that was how it was brought down to this arrangement to allow that. As far as I'm aware, there was no discussion whether or not this could be formally opened up to part of that scheme, and the advice from the highway authority was that it wasn't going to be, that the other means of access through the estate and over the private road was the means of access to serve the 15 dwellings.
Yep.
Sorry,
Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, but I think that doesn't quite. I asked originally whether there was a legal reason why we couldn't do it, and I'm not sure that if there's a legal reason why we can't relax that condition.
Yep.
The legal reason would be because we're not the highway authority, so we couldn't actually grant that access onto that road. There would probably, and again, I'm speculating here, they'll probably serve a stop on the border if we were to actually start using that, or certainly challenge the application were we to allow that to continue.
Thank you, David. Councillor Dobbs.
Thank you, Chair. I'm right in assuming that the entirety of what we see of that development, the 15 houses, no part of that road is ever going to be adopted. Is that our understanding?
From my reading of the actual file, that's the case, yes.
And so there will be no street lights on this development?
That's, again, correct. I mean, just to set it in context, Councillor, I know we've had discussions, previous committees about this. There are, whilst it's a direction of travel some highway authorities seem to be going, but you do tend to get, on occasion, you do get very large estates. When I'm talking large estates, I'm talking about sustainable urban extensions of like 1,500 or more houses, that the roads are never adopted to an adoptable standard, but they're never adopted. It's done through a management company or management agreement.
Peter, would you like to?
I'll come back on the point.
Come back in, yeah. Councillor Slack.
Thank you, Chair. Sean, is it correct what the agents just said, that the residents have been told right from the very beginning that there would be access to go onto this site? Is he correct in saying that? Because the first time I've heard it, I didn't hear it previously.
Again, Councillor, just the notes I made from what the actual applicant's agent said, he made reference to the title deeds that the residents will have signed up to. I mean, I don't have a copy of that, so I can't confirm or deny that if that's the case or not.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Peter O'Brien. Peter, did you indicate? And then it's Dermot and then Neil. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Apologies for not having asked these questions in advance. Just three simple questions. can we confirm that the road network is highway network is not to be designed to adoptable standards? That's the first question. Second question is, does the design include for the pedestrian link from the new development through to Dog Lane to make it not necessary for future residents to have to pass through the entire estate? And thirdly, the affordable housing, can we confirm that it is designed to national space standards, the NDSS space standards?
Sean?
Yes, through you, Chair. If I can take those questions out of order, I'll take the last one first, Councillor O'Brien. From speaking to housing colleagues even, apologies, that there's the affordable units have been designed to national space standards. It's a requirement for them to do so. So there have been, that's something that a comment we've had back on that basis. In terms of the footpath link, forgive me, are we talking about the footpath link from the private access road link into the current access road, or are you talking about the possibility of a link further up the actual site?
No, essentially using the construction access, but retaining it as a permanent pedestrian access.
My understanding was that that was going to be closed off once the construction access has actually ceased. And the last question was the design of the road. It was my understanding from reading the actual file that it is to a standard, but not a standard that will be adopted. So not adoptable standard, yes.
Councillor Murphy.
Thanks, Chair. One of the points that's been raised with me a few times is the width of the private roadway onto the new development or whatever. And I've been looking at some measurements that have been provided on a drawing. Actually looked at the measurements myself with a tape and measured them, and they fall short of the dimensions on the drawings. Do we, as a matter of course, when we're actually considering applications, like case officers and whatever, do we check the dimensions on drawings to verify the information that's been supplied is correct?
Thank you. Sean?
Through you, Chair. I mean, yes, officers do check the measurements. As a, for want of a better word, in this particular topic area, highways, as a safety net, had it fallen foul of or significantly fell foul of a width requirement or restriction, the Highway Authority would have been on the ball on that particular instance. That hasn't arisen in this instance, I'm afraid.
Do you wish to ask a supplementary, Dermot? Yep.
Ask another question. I look at this private access road, and there's obviously varying paperwork that the actual householders have got, and I think they brought it to site yesterday. It's what's on their deeds, and then you've got the agent saying they've got a different piece of paperwork saying something completely different. I know it's a civil matter, but it makes me concerned because are we exposing the owners of this private road to legal jeopardy and liability if anything happens on that piece of section of road? They bought those houses in good faith, obviously, and they would never have expected it to be a road to be used onto a development of 15 houses. So there's a potential there for something to happen. I know it's probably it's not for us to probably consider, but we approved this. They have jeopardy. Something happens, they could potentially be sued because they're the landowners. But then, does that expose us as Derbyshire Dales District Council for being sort of approached by their lawyers saying we should never let this happen?
Sean?
Yes, through you, Chair. If I can come back to a couple of those points that was raised. I mean, we've heard that there's two slightly different sides of it. I can't comment on either one as I've not seen the deeds for either particular one. All I can comment on is to make it a lawful planning application. That's what's been served on the authority. The issue of, and again, I don't wish to go back to this point, but the issue of ownership is a civil matter between the parties involved. I mean, the granting of the permission doesn't override any of that.
Right.
I mean, obviously, if, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, I think, if something were to come forward in the 11th hour, as it were, and it perhaps wasn't the case that either a resident or the applicant owned a particular strip or a segment that precluded them from gaining access or shouldn't be gaining access over a piece of land, and again, I'm only speculating, I'm not giving a legal opinion here, that is a civil matter between those parties. The only time we as an authority would become involved in it is if we were a landowner on there. So again, part of that civil discussion.
It couldn't be seen as negligence on our part.
I'm looking...
Christine.
Broadly, it's just a civil matter between the parties, so the answer is no.
Just
Thank
wanted
you.
to say, as Chair, Dermot, I think that was an extremely pertinent and, good question or questions that were asked. Can I move to Councillor Buttle, please?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, David. I had two questions. The first one, I think, is the DTMA Holdings statement. I believe we're expecting a comment from our environmental health people, and I'm not sure that I caught that.
Sean.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I mean, in short, yes, there hasn't been a comment back as of yet from environmental health colleagues on this issue. I mean, I know that the farm itself will be regulated under an environmental permit. However, we don't, to answer your question, Councillor, we haven't had a formal comment back from the environmental health as of yet. However, that said, and again, as the report is written, there is a requirement for a 106 on the application, which would mean some discussions and exchange of information. If it were to be the case that an adverse comment were to come in from the environmental health on that we couldn't actually overcome, then it would be brought back for members to consider.
I had a second question. I hope that's okay.
Yep.
Peter mentioned the fact that we're going to have a road running up to a footpath which will be used by lorries for construction, and it's going to be closed off, you say. Would it be possible for us to discuss with highways to put a cycle path access or footpath access from one footpath to the next to increase the level of sustainable travel within the patch? And would we be able to do that after we've done this after we've had this discussion here?
Just through you, Chair, if I could. To come back on that point, I mean, there's nothing to stop the District Council speaking to the County Council on that basis. However, if something of that nature were to come forward, that would be something that the applicant, developer, would have to sign up to as well, bearing in mind it's going on to this site. And also, there would have to be an agreement to that fact. So, to answer your first question, there's nothing to stop us having that conversation. However, were it to come forward, or were it to be agreed at some point, if the 106 has then been signed, then it could be something that could be a variation of condition, a variation of approved plan. But obviously, I'm speculating.
Sean, Councillor Hughes, a point of information. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, on the condition 14, which I was referring to earlier, actually says that it's going to be reinstated as a footpath. So this access shall be modified and replaced with the permanent footpath across the permanent footpath access once construction works have finished. So that would happen. So I think that's already in the conditions.
Apologies for wasting your time.
No. Thank you, David, for clarifying that.
I mean, it would be something, if there was an appetite for that, it would be a variation of the approved plan and condition. So,
yeah. Councillor Lees.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions. The road, we didn't look yesterday, but I seem to remember from previous site visit, Councillor Hughes mentioned that access road was off Dog Lane, but I'm led to believe it's off the main road. Is that correct? For one question, it's not off Dog Lane; it's off the main road.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not off Dog Lane, it's onto the main A517. Yeah. Right on, just near the junctions. That's correct, is it? Yeah. The second one is the warehouses off the access road. Where do they park? Is it parking on the in between the detached house there, or are they parking on the access road when it's finished?
Through your chair. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. The existing access. Sorry, the existing properties. Do you mean, Councillor?
No, the new properties.
Yep.
Where the temporary access road is going to be.
Yes.
Are that row of houses down that side? Are they accessed from in between that and the next house?
It's parking on the frontage because those 4 properties.
There's a green area.
Yeah,
Is that the back garden, and the parking's on the other side? Is it?
So that plan's not very good detail. Bear with me. See if there's a better one. Okay, so it's those properties. No, that green area at the frontage. There's a small, it looks like a slightly off brown, probably beige colour. That's the parking section and a small garden at the frontage.
Right. So it can't be a footpath, and it's always going to be a road then, because they've got to get to the front of the houses. So to return it to a footpath isn't going to happen because they've got to get to the properties.
The return of the footpath element is where the construction traffic is going to come off the...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that where them houses are gaining access from to park, or is it on the other side of the houses? The back side of them? Is there another access road at the back of them, that row of houses?
No, there's not. The back of those houses, actually, their rear boundary fronts to the properties to the north, as it were.
Right.
Northwest.
So how can it be a footpath and park there then? It's my question. Can I just chuck another one in whilst you're looking,
Yes,
Sean? Also, seems quite a long cul-de-sac with no turning head or anything from any heavy goods vehicles that arrive after they're built. There's going to be quite considerate safety issues with vehicles that are getting virtually backing all the way. There's no turning head. So it's quite a safety concern. So.
Thank you, Stuart. Can you respond to... Yeah.
Sorry, my understanding, I haven't got the actual blown up plans on my desk upstairs for those units. However, there's a footpath that runs along the frontage, the drop curbs, and the drivers will go across that to serve those properties. And in terms of the turning radius or access to vehicles, refuse vehicles, emergency vehicles, again, that was something that hasn't been commented on or objected to from the Highway Authority, the Derbyshire County Council.
I'm a little confused, Sean. It goes back to the point you raised, Peter. Now, can we just get this right? The actual road system is then private, is it?
That was my understanding.
Yeah.
From way back onto the estate, because the road that we have some residents here with us, all of that is shared space and is not adopted. The adopted bit basically ends at the T when you come in along Big Inn View, at the top of there, before you join the Cameron Homes bit.
So in terms of the point you raised, Stuart, who ultimately then has responsibility for highway safety if it's not adopted?
Where does the book lie?
Yeah.
Who's responsible? If a little kid gets backed over by a bin lorry backing onto that estate, they come back and say, you granted it. Like Councillor Murphy said, it just leaves us very exposed.
Yeah. Members, we've had a period of questions. Could we now perhaps go into debate and really now pursue the application from the information that we've received? Is that okay? Can we? Right. We need a proposer to go into debate. Councillor O'Brien, a seconder, please. Thank you, Laura.
Could I just speak?
Yeah.
Chair, I move the officer's recommendation because I think as a committee and a council, our hands are tied by the planning inspectorate from the previous government. I think members have voiced their concerns, which I think we all share the concerns that have been raised. I think we've been sold short by the Planning Inspectorate and to some extent by Derbyshire County Council Highways Service. But as I said, our hands are tied. I wish I could offer any means to ameliorate the situation with the design, but I can't think of anything, unfortunately. So, I think I'd ask the residents to accept that in moving the recommendation, I do so with a heavy heart. But I think we have to be responsible as a planning committee, and we have to respect, whether we like it or not, we have to respect a decision taken by the Planning Inspectorate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Does the seconder wish to speak at this point? Councillor Maelstrom.
I just, in response to a point that came up earlier, mentioned that there seemed to be, when you sort of zoom in the plans on the iPad, you can see about half a dozen parking spaces right at the bottom opposite those 4 terraced properties. So it looks as though they have parking against the bottom boundary there, which would also provide a bit of a turning space at the bottom. I'd agree with Councillor O'Brien generally. I think there seem to be some legal issues with this project, which might make it very unattractive to new buyers, but that's not a consideration for this committee. So, as Peter says, our hands are tied, and I think this should go forward.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. I recognise the position that Councillor O'Brien and Councillor Maelstrom have indicated, and clearly we have to be subservient to the Planning Inspectorate, even though we don't like it. However, I think this is a case of you can, but should you, as far as Cameron Homes are concerned. And it seems to me, looking at the site, it's a pretty flat site. There are other options for the layout of the roads, and they could make the little bit where the entrance into a cul-de-sac and put a house there, and then break in a new entrance at the far end of the site onto Dog Lane, and that would safeguard the drives of all the residents, the current residents, and make sure that their children can continue to play safely on that little bit of road or driveway, and it would also give access onto Dog Lane away from the entrance to the main road. So I would ask Cameron Homes to, sorry, it's not Cameron Homes. Who is it then? Oh, whoever the developer is, to reconsider the design of the layout and come back to us with an alternative layout in a new planning application, even if we do pass this one.
Thank you. Councillor Dobbs.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor O'Brien has made some very significant points. I mean, the fact that all 3 fields, the existing developed fields on the Cameron Homes site, plus this field, were in the local plan. It was for 30 homes. They built 33 in 2 fields, and now they want another 15. But I imagine that doesn't actually mean that the principle of development on this field is anything but set. And anyway, it went to appeal. And so the principle of development of the homes there has been established. With that, we can't really argue. What is clearly troublesome is the legal implications of saying, and there has to be access to that point, which was, of course, what the appeal judgment confirmed. What we need to try to do, if we possibly can, is to get something sensible out of this mess, frankly, legal mess, that might serve the interests of the residents. Because as I see it, those residents on this shared space will be overlooking a private highway. They will have no control over who moves along it, but they will have responsibility for its maintenance, which does seem to be a very unfortunate position. I may be wrong on that legally. I'm no expert, but that seems to be where we are. And if we can do something to reduce the precariousness, arguably, of their situation, then perhaps we could try. And I did look around. I don't know what is possible, but is it perhaps possible for some sort of legal bond to be deposited by the developer to offset any of these things which councillors have suggested? Is that even a possibility? I don't know, that's now a question rather than debate, but we have to try to extract something which is in the interests of the existing residents, because setting up the sort of tensions that look likely is not what a responsible council would do.
I think that's extremely well expressed. The applicant's agent is here, and I hope you're, listening to the reasonableness of what's being expressed. We're all human beings in this room, and we want the best for community. And you've got an opportunity, perhaps, of trying to address this situation. Who's next, please? Councillor Lees.
Yeah, can I just point out to Councillor Hughes what his comment on the alternative access, if you like, onto Dog Lane. There is another strip of land, another field before you actually get to Dog Lane. So this boundary doesn't go onto Dog Lane. So there's complications in that respect. So
yeah.
Even though I sympathise with the owners of the properties, we're in a very sticky situation.
Yeah. Councillor Dermott.
Thank you, Chair. Here we go again. I find it very difficult to support this application, but on the other hand, I do see that our hands are tied. We haven't of late done very well with the inspector, and it would have been nice, I think, if the developer had actually possibly headed off at the pass some of these issues with some of the residents. I don't believe that they ever talked to the residents about these forthcoming issues and whatever. But it just shows you we don't have a lot of power, do we, really, to do the right thing. Our hands are tied. Thank you, Chair.
I feel we've had a good debate. We've asked a lot of questions. We've listened with care to the representations from everyone, and I'd like to put this application now to the vote, please. Would you like to wind up, please, Councillor Bryan?
I would. I'd just reflecting for a moment on the points made by colleagues, particularly Councillor Hughes. Would colleagues support a note being put on the any approval to the effect that we request council officers to attempt to negotiate all means possible to ameliorate the what I'm trying to say, ameliorate the likely impact on the residents. Something to that effect. David, if you want to suggest something more wordy.
I think I would just say, I would start off by saying that we should relax Article 4, Condition 14, and wait for Highways to do something about it. But I don't think we can necessarily do that. And I'm not sure our officers are in the position to be able to negotiate a legal agreement. So I can't really see that we can do very much, to be honest.
What I'm suggesting is, colleagues have said that, and I think you've suggested that the agent is listening. I think we should take that as a cue to ask our officers to devote some time to looking to see if there are any amendments to the design which can result in an amelioration of some of the impacts that the current design is going to have on existing and future residents.
Sure.
If my seconder would be happy with
Laura,
that.
how do you feel about? Are you happy to support that?
Yes.
Yeah. I think you understand where everyone's coming from. Yeah. So if we could, we have the recommendation in front of us. We've heard the addendum really to have some dialogue and see if that can perhaps help in some ways. So all those in favour, please show. Against? 1 against. Abstentions? That has then been carried. Thank you. So we turn to the second application now, which again we visited this site yesterday, land west of Foxholes Lane, Tansley. Change of use of 1 number field to equestrian and erection of stables, formation of agricultural track, erection of agricultural storage, and its part retrospective. Members, that's from page 49, but the actual report starts on page 51 of the agenda, and we have a speaker, local parish councillor Vicky Rains. So I'll invite Vicky to make her representations, please. Sorry.
Yes, good evening. The land at Foxholes lies outside the settlement framework boundary of Tansley, in the countryside. The land is not designated for development in the local plan. The parish council have concerns related to the submitted application form and its validity. The form states no to is there any new altered vehicle access and no to any parking spaces. Are there any trees and hedges on the land adjacent to the proposal that might influence development or might be part of the local landscape? The answer is again no. It is apparent there is a long-established woodland directly adjacent to the site, which forms the setting for this countryside location. When asked how surface water will be disposed of, the answer is to an existing watercourse. I wonder if the planners could tell us where this might be, as it is not apparent on local maps or with the local knowledge. The question is, the land part of an agricultural holding is yes. So can Derbyshire Dales be informed of where the rest of the holding is and the total amount of hectares within the holding, as all agricultural holdings are commercial and need a registration number, which Derbyshire Dales will need. One might question the actual validity of the application and whether Derbyshire Dales should actually accept it. No doubt their legal team will clarify this. It is a question the parish council will be asking. PD1 of the local plan requires development to contribute positively to an area's character, history and integrity. The inclusion of multiple laurel bushes adjacent to an established woodland and the engineering work done to form unsightly bunds does not contribute to the integrity of the countryside, and they need removing. It is noted that a static caravan is included, with hard standing, is now on site and has been there for more than 28 days. Please advise when this will be removed. It is not acceptable that work has continued at this location and Derbyshire Dales have not acted promptly to the concerns expressed to them for months by the parish council and others. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rains. Before I bring in the officer, again, has members seen the late representation, which is important that we just ensure we look at that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we saw.
Came today.
And then
Yeah.
That's separate. That's the next one.
Yeah, that's the next one.
Yeah. I wasn't really quite sure what this is really about. It's not very clear, is it?
No, I think they're making a point in the photo.
Yeah.
Today. And sent it in, yeah.
No, it
From
doesn't.
Hulland,
Yeah. Yeah. So in this case, the case officer is Miles Joyce. Miles, would you kindly present the application, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. So the site is located off the western side of Foxholes Lane, To the north of Tansley, east of Matlock, the site currently comprises 3 agricultural fields and has a stated area of 1.86 hectares. There is a single neighbouring dwelling to the south. The site otherwise surrounded by open countryside and an area of woodland to the west, as shown on the below aerial image, which I think, or rather the plan, I beg your pardon. Matlock Public Footpath 7 runs along the northern boundary of the site but doesn't interact with the site itself. The site lies within the development boundary. Sorry. Matlock, what about the public footpath? It runs along the northern boundary but doesn't interact with the site itself. Okay. The site doesn't have any other planning constraints. It is enjoined by the Lumsdale Conservation Area on its southwestern boundary and the local wildlife Foxhole Moors, part of the Derbyshire Peak Fringe and Lower Derwent landscape, is situated on the opposite side of the road. This is characterised by lowlands meadows and acid grassland, rush pasture and upper heathland with inland rock and scree. A new vehicular access onto Foxhole Lane has been implemented as well as a raised beds planted with trees and hedgerows. This application therefore is part retrospective. A mobile phone has been erected along with on site, and along with the development on site is subject to an ongoing enforcement investigation. The mobile home, along with any other development not included in this proposal, would be separate, however, to the appraisal of this planning application. And therefore, members are advised that this forms no part of this report, its appraisal and subsequent recommendation. Now, I would follow on and say this, therefore, anything that remains outside of this can potentially be subject to formal enforcement action, but we must, for the purposes of this application, deal with what's actually in front of us. There was what the parish council did refer to in terms of the application form. I can understand where there may be some discrepancies. However, throughout the lifetime of this planning application, further information has been requested, a flood risk assessment, further ecological information in particular. And this has been provided, and it has been subject to the consultees, the formal consultees responding to this. So, whereas there may be some discrepancy, it in itself, in my view, wouldn't invalidate the planning application. The planning application itself must be dealt with on its own merits. The issue of the agricultural holding, etc., would be a matter outside of this appraisal. As I said before, the actual stated area of the site in its roughly L shape is 1.86 hectares. The proposed development is a change of use of part of the site, which is Field C to the northeast of the site, to equestrian use with the formation of a stable block for 2 horses, approximately 7.5 metres by 3.8 metres, and a height of 2.5 metres. And if I just go through the plans, you can see the site plan there and the proposed buildings. Field A is to the southwest, Field C is to the northwest. You can see the access track proposed. You can also see the site here. And then we go into the second part, first of the application, which is the proposed access track, as I've mentioned, which goes through Field B to Field A, and that will provide a 12 metre by 9 metres by 3.4 metres high agricultural storage building. This will be constructed using stonework to the lower walls with corrugated sheeting above, and you can see the elevations and floor plan in front of you. The access track would also provide access to the timber corrugated metal chicken coop, which is going to be some 9 metres by 6 metres by 2.4 metres high, and a 9 by 4.5 metres by 2.4 metres high polytunnel. Raised beds will also be proposed to be formed, and the raised beds and vehicle access of Foxhole Lane are proposed to be retained. In terms of the principle of development, Policy S1 requires all developments to make a positive contribution towards the achievement of sustainable development. Policy S4 requires that new development protect and, where possible, enhance the landscape's intrinsic value and distinctiveness, including character, appearance, whilst also facilitating sustainable rural community needs, tourism and economic development. Lim D of that particular policy provides that where planning permission will be granted, where it comprises a question development, where it does not have an adverse impact on the character of the area. Therefore, it supports it with that caveat. Lim F of the same policy supports proposals for agriculture and related development, which helps to sustain the existing agriculture and other rural-based activities. And this would include new agricultural buildings. According to the 2018 agricultural land classification, land is borderline in terms of best available agricultural land. BMV is 3 to 4, which is moderate to poor quality land, and as such it would not depart from Lim Q, which seeks to retain best quality agricultural land. Would therefore conclude that the application is acceptable in principle. In terms of layout and the character appearance of the area and landscape character, Field B is open, save for the access track and field. The existed raised beds, the chicken coop and polytunnel and the barn. Whilst this is in A, whilst the floor area of the new building is not significant in itself, the size of the site ensures that the openness of the land is retained. The agricultural storage building will be constructed using stonework to the lower walls with corrugated sheet and above. There is a limited detail about of this, so a condition can be attached and has been attached requiring details to be submitted for approval and implemented prior to the use of the site and buildings to ensure the proposed works, both individually and cumulatively, would not result in any harm to the character of the site or its wider countryside location, will therefore be in accordance with policy PD1 of the adopted local plan. Officers do consider the proposal maintains the landscape character, but the lack of detail does require the conditions as I set it out before. In terms of residential amenity, is significant distance from any nearby residents, and therefore there is not a material impact to any residential amenity. In terms of the impact on the public right-of-way, the county public rights-of-way team and the Ramblers associations have been consulted, and they have no objections subject to that not being interfered with, and indeed it is not being proposed to do that. In terms of landscape and tree planting, the tree officer did recommend any development within 15 metres of woodlands would require tree protection measures to be implemented, but nothing here is within the 15 square metres, and therefore it is considered that it is acceptable subject to the conditions, relevant conditions attached, which are set out at the bottom of the report. Now, in terms of ecology and biodiversity net gain, there was a hold-in objection due to lack of information. This was removed with submission of further information, which was a preliminary ecological assessment, and that's been removed subject to certain standard ecological conditions being attached. It is confirmed biodiversity net gain would be required, and a condition related to habitat management to allow for it to be, details to be submitted, created, monitored and managed is to be attached should planning permission be granted. Highways Authority have no objection to the proposal. Therefore, there is no issue from Highways' point of view in terms of highway safety. In terms of flood risk and assessment, as a major case is, it is a major application by dint of its size. You would need a flood risk assessment. This was asked for, it was submitted, and it's in flood zone 1, so it's the lowest risk of flooding. No LLFA objections, but we are subject to certain conditions relating to levels of the development and details to be submitted for sustainable drainage systems as well. Just to recap the proposed conditions, the standard conditions for time, carry out them within accordance with the approved plans, hours of construction be delimited to the normal hours, details of hard and soft landscaping within 1 month, and implemented within 3 months of that approval. A species enhancement plan to be submitted within 1 month and 3 months of the approval to be implemented. Limiting conditions regarding nesting birds and no tree works between the 1st of March and the 31st of August. A BNG plan to be submitted within 1 month and implemented within 3 months. And then details regarding the levels and the materials and sustainable urban drainage to be submitted and approved and implemented in accordance with those approved details. foul water drainage, contaminated land. That's for phase 1, contaminated land study to be submitted within 1 month. And the removal of PD rights and details of refuse storage within 1 month and 3 months. The reason I've put them to those tight timescales is the part retrospective nature of this development. And to just go through, here's a chicken coop, elevations and plan. These are the stables. These are the polytunnels. This is the access looking up Foxholes Lane. There's one in closer detail. And they're due west with the Lumsdale Conservation Area and woodland at the back. And then looking southwest. And just to recap as well, these are where the main buildings are and the access road. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Miles. It was extremely useful to have that site visit yesterday. And certainly from my perspective, this is a very significant application. And I'll invite, first of all, questions, Councillor Joe Linthwaite, then Councillor Dobbs.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just refer to the report to page 54, Derbyshire Wildlife Trust. About a third of the way down that section, talks about trees and hedgerows should comprise of native hedgerow species and not ornamental shrubs such as laurel, snowberry, etc. Do I understand from the further information that's come that's no longer an issue?
Well, what's come back is the holding objection has been removed subject to conditions, and some of those conditions like species enhancement will require planting and details of planting to be submitted for approval, firstly, and then to be implemented, thank you, in accordance with those approved details.
So where does that leave us with the extensive laurel that's been planted? I mean, there's metres and metres and metres and metres and metres.
Well, what we need to show is the planting and the clearance sufficient? So, you know, it would be details which to require a species enhancement, which would include local native species planting as well.
Right. So, sorry, I'm asking lots of questions.
Yeah.
If that weren't to happen, if the native species weren't to be included in those hedges that are existing now, would that be something that enforcement would be looking at? Well,
I mean, if overall the details are acceptable, I mean, and we're relying on the Wildlife Trust here, that if the details once submitted to them are acceptable, then we would discharge that, subject to it being carried out in accordance with those approved details. In terms of anything, in terms of a failure to submit in time, then potentially there is a wider enforcement opportunity, because that would be a breach of a condition. And because it's partly retrospective, I've put things to those quite tight timescales so that they lock in to provide those details sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dobbs.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application with several parts, one part of which is the construction of an agricultural building. And so if we allow this, we allow everything, and that includes the agricultural building. Just to check, is that correct?
The agricultural building will be allowed, but it's far from everything. I mean, as I stated quite early on in my presentation, issues like the mobile home, things that are outside of the scope of this application, even if granted, are enforceable.
I'm just talking about what we've got here, because my specific point and why I raised that was that I'm of interest, this particular barn, and at the end of our reports pack, we've got some details of appeals that have been taken place. And there's one in particular, I think it's on page 193-ish, but it's 24-00664. It was application for an agricultural building adjacent to a house near Sudbury, which we delegated, but we had refused, went to appeal, and the appeal was dismissed. And I don't understand why the same reasoning doesn't apply here. Perhaps you could explain. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Well, I think the report did look into S4 and the fact that, you know, there is scope to grant this. I mean, looking at it in the round, I felt that there was merit in this, in what was in front of you. Now, S4 is a matter of judgment, and yes, it is a policy. It is a policy of many limbs, but there is support in, there is. You can either read it as supportive, or you can read it as something which, if you don't agree with that judgment, would be against S4. But in my judgment, it did, in this case, and it is a case-by-case basis, as well as simply being, something which is the same phenomenon but on a different site. My feeling was that, on balance, it should be supported on principle, and on balance, looking at the details, that plan permission should be granted, subject to 18 conditions.
Peter, do you wish any further supplementary?
I'll come back in debate.
In debate, yeah. Councillor O'Brien, please.
Just a quick one, Miles, through you, Chair. The application partly relates to change of use of an existing field to equestrian use. Can we confirm for the benefit of the committee, parish council and the applicant that equestrian use would not include a manege or similar activity?
Well, I mean, equestrian use could, but not in this instance. What in front of you does not show that. And that is what you are appraising.
Well, I think I want to be quite specific. Would a manege require a new planning application?
In my view, yes, it would.
Sue.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarity, and there is a question at the end of it, which follows on from what Councillor Dobbs has asked a question, but I think it's important that we point out that policy S4 development in the countryside is one of our key policies, and it does say, and I am quoting, planning permission will be granted for development where it comprises equestrian development, where it does not have any adverse impact upon the character of the area. Now, Councillor O'Brien's asked about what does equestrian development mean, and you've answered that one, Miles. But can I just ask, when we come to a debate, this question of whether it has an adverse impact on the character of the area, is that a judgment that members have to make? I think you've probably answered it, but we can just reiterate now we've heard what the actual policy says. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that is in my report as well, and is addressed in my report, Councillor. Yes, it is a judgment. And, it's a judgment. You may arrive at a different conclusion than I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Hughes.
Coming back to this, thank you, Chair. Coming back to this issue about equestrian use and agriculture, Councillor O'Brien brought up a manage, and the stable block, of course, is agriculture, is equestrian. And the land itself, there's an issue about whether land itself is used for equestrian, for horses, or whether it's used more generally for agriculture. Now, as I understand it, if there was mixed use, so there was horses and sheep, for example, on this land, forgetting about the stable block, then that would be that could be granted under agricultural use. So putting a horse on land which is also used for sheep, it would still remain agricultural. It wouldn't need right. But if only horses are on the land, then it has to move to equestrian. That's correct. So the only thing that really here that matters is whether is the stable block, and that because that is specifically equestrian. Is that right? Yes. Thank you.
Yes. Sorry.
Someone now moved kindly that we go into debate, please. David, does that find a seconder, please? That's been seconded by Councillor Slack.
So, Chair, can I speak?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm going to move this officer's recommendations. It's not ideal because it was made retrospectively, and it's not ideal because there are suspicions raised because of the nature of the track, and but the site is not visible. The site where the buildings are going to be are not a long way from the road. On the side that they are, where they're closest, they have trees behind them, and they will, to some extent, mask the buildings themselves. And and in fact, the land falls away very sharply into a quarry just the other side of the fence. So the footpath, which was referred to, runs alongside the fence, very close to the fence, but is on a sheer. There is a sheer drop the other side of it. So it's only people on that footpath that would be able to see the buildings from that side of it. The rest of it would be obscured by the cliffs, the cliffs of the quarry, and the trees would stop it being visible from any further away. So the only, in terms of visibility and impact on the landscape, it is the site is reasonably well protected, and I cannot see any reason why we would not be able to approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Slack.
I'll second that, Chair. Yeah.
Thank you.
Same as the office has explained, it's though there's the odd area where, but generally it's it's screened and it's acceptable in my opinion.
Thank you. Yeah. Any other member wish to speak at this point? Councillor Dobbs, Councillor Linthwaite, and Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Chair. When I first saw this, I was amazed, to be honest. It does seem to kind of cause long-term issues if all you need to do to kind of establish your own garden in the middle of the countryside is to be lucky at auction. It does seem to me that this is very much a garden with some horses next door, which could be wonderful for the owners, but it is a major change to landscape. Actually, if you look on Google Street View, that was done before this developed, and it might be useful for people to actually compare the pictures, which actually are in colour on the portal, with what you can see from Foxholes Lane on Street View. It was a very nice view. It is now not such a very nice view. They are going to try and screen it with laurels, but it's not countryside, and I would argue that the harm to landscape is not insignificant. Now, what do we weigh that against? Well, clearly there's a personal benefit from those who are going to live there. They will have a big garden next door to their horses. But on balance, and I would have thought on planning balance, this is not how we generally weigh things. And are we voting against, I'm afraid?
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Dobbs. Councillor Linthwaite.
Thank you, Chair. Again, we find ourselves between a rock and a hard place, I think, here. The way this development has been done is, from my personal point of view, wholly unacceptable. But the law doesn't necessarily back us up on that. You know, I Googled, can you develop without permission? Is it illegal to develop without permission? And the answer in the UK is no. It's your risk. It's your personal risk. I'm glad that there have been conditions attached in terms of the landscaping and the hedges and the planting that will be done there. And hopefully some remedial work will have to be part of that. But there's really not much more that we can do about it, really. Obviously, there are ongoing issues with other things that are happening on the site. But I'm afraid it's a similar situation that we find ourselves in on multiple occasions on planning, I'm afraid. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Chairman. I support the recommendation, but I very much take on board the comments made by Councillors Dobbs and Linthwaite. Looking at the wording of the recommendation itself, I would be much happier if the ability to amend the very strict conditions that have been put on this recommended approval were to be agreed in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of the Planning Committee. I think we're all, one way we can address the issues that have been raised is by these imposing conditions. But I know we're giving, if you like, carte blanche to our officers to amend those conditions. As I said, I'd be more comfortable if there was engagement with the Chair and Vice Chair if, in the event, there was a move from the applicant to try to have the conditions changed. So I'd ask, I look for views from colleagues on that, just to include as an additional statement at the end of the recommendation, any such amendments to be agreed in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of the committee.
Councillor Hughes.
Yes, I'd be happy with that.
Yeah, and I would support that too from the Chair, Peter. Peter Slack.
Yeah, I would support that, yeah.
Yeah. Any further comments from members? Sue?
I'm taking a different view to the proposer and seconder of this motion, in that at the end of the day we do have to make judgments, and my judgment on this one is that it does have an adverse effect on the character of the area, in that I'm looking at policy S4D. But for that reason, and also for the fact that I know that our conservation officer doesn't agree with me, but it is between it does lie between a conservation area and a local wildlife site, and I think this area needs to be protected, and for that reason I won't be supporting the officers. I would say that if this application is approved, I think the landscape conditions have got to be rigorously enforced, and they've got to be very stringent, and we must not see any more laurel hedges anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burfoot. Any further comments? I think from the Chair, one of the areas where we need to utterly be supportive is in terms of enforcement. There has certainly in my own ward and in other situations cases that should long since have been resolved and sorted, and I heard of situations that in the context of this there needs to be, if it can be conveyed to the enforcement department, please, or the relevant officer, that if members do choose to give approval, that these areas will be addressed. I think it would be good if occasionally at planning meetings I've never personally as an elected member met the enforcement officer. I don't know if other members here have, but it's an important part of planning, and we ought to have that interplay and rapport, because as we've seen tonight, there are legitimate issues that are raised that are not or don't seem to have been pursued, or there is a long space before any action is taken. And I'd like to feel that this council was being more proactive. Councillor Murphy.
Don't we have a workshop coming up soon?
We do, yeah, and I think we need to make that point that we would like the presence of the enforcement officers. Yeah, Councillor Hughes.
Can I sum up now? Or?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a comment about the view from the road and that it's now worse than it was before. I run through there regularly. I have done for 10 years. Many of the gates and walls along there were in poor condition. I think the gates that have been put in at on this site are ones that are approved by the highways to provide suitable access, and as such, it's not really possible to replace wooden gates with more wooden gates, you have to put in you need a proper, if you're going to provide access for vehicles, then you need to have a larger gate and ones like the ones that have been installed. So the landscape will change. If you look elsewhere in the district, you will see that those gates like those have been installed elsewhere. And so there will be changes to the landscape in accordance with the sorts of rules that are applied by highways.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hughes. It's been moved and seconded, officer's recommendation to approve as outlined in the report. All those in favour, please show. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Abstentions? Therefore, the motion is carried. Can I suggest to members that we just have a brief break of about 5 or 6 minutes, and then we'll reconvene, please. which pertains the Worley House, Whitworth Road, Darley Dale application. And where's my list gone? We've got 3 people wishing to speak: the Town Mayor, Councillor Jason Farmer, Mr Simon Wise, local resident, and Mr Clayton Penny, the applicant. So, Jason, I'll invite you, please, to come and make your representations, please. And thank you again yesterday for meeting members of the Planning Committee on 2 locations.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. This application is a garden infill application, and as per the main original access for the property, this is from a private drive that leads onto Whitworth Road. The proposal to allow 2 further properties in the lower part of the garden area onto Sir Joseph's Lane, however, is an unacceptable solution. This well-used road is only 5 metres wide at the proposed access point. This, with unrestricted parking straight across, brings the road size down considerably to around 2.5 metres. This is not a suitable entrance or exit for 2 properties that are now placed with the entrances side by side. In my professional opinion, would not even be suitable for 1 property. On further inspections of plans, it also shows a red border determining the ownership line between the 2 driveways. If this was to be fenced, walled, or even gated, this border would move the traffic further into the road, causing larger vehicles to not be able to even move onto the road. This is unacceptable. The proposal to build on infill land is in principle a great idea and is welcomed by this council, or I should say Darley Dale Town Council. But this must not be a poorly thought out development for this reason. The wider part of the road of Sir Joseph's Lane that the site can access would be a more attractive location for the driveways. And I would ask the members to consider in their questions to look at other alternatives to where the 2 drives could actually be placed. The residents of the nearby properties are highly concerned at the level of disruption whilst the buildings, if this was to be granted, are to be, sorry, I'll just start that again. The residents of the nearby properties are rightly concerned regarding the level of building work if this was to be accepted. This would massively increase the traffic on a well-used road already, and if accepted by this committee, we would ask for a very well-managed plan of how construction traffic and site vehicles were to be managed if this was to be granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. So I invite Simon Wise, local resident, who's going to now speak against the application. Simon, you've got 3 minutes.
Sorry, thank you. Yeah, access to Sir Joseph's Lane from these 2 proposed homes will remove car parking spaces. It's a significant impact. I actually don't live near where the proposed houses are, but further around the corner. But I have to go past it. The junction where we meet into the Whitworth Road has become extremely dangerous. The police, council, highways, they've been sent pictures, they've received letters, phone calls, and nothing has been done to decrease the risk. It's been several years since the first discussions around WL lines on Whitworth Road, and nothing has changed. Removing further spaces or hindering them will just increase this risk exponentially. We have seen vehicles parking on the footways. This is going to be almost a given. giving further risk to pedestrians who in some places already walk on the road rather than the pavement. Vehicles parking indiscriminately can obviously block vehicle access to dwellings, increase the risk, as we're already witnessing on the exit of Sir Joseph's Lane. Yesterday, for example, and whilst I do appreciate and understand the reasons why, yourselves had turned up to the site, 2 vehicles had parked within 10 metres of a junction, blocking the entrance and the exit, and there was a vehicle parked in front of the 2 garages, which my local neighbour with a Mini couldn't get out of. It's one of those things. This is an everyday sort of occurrence. I'm not blaming anyone yesterday in particular because it happens. Now, logically, can these proposed homes be built without damaging the road further in terms of larger vehicles into the turning circle, construction staff parking? I'm not quite sure where, not to mention obviously spoil remnants, etc., spin onto the road. To build into that area would not just be disruptive, but potentially damaging. And the staff who build these houses, I just cannot see where they will be located, where they will park, and how safely will they get access. There have been previous incidents of the refuse collection, for example, having been abandoned on their regular weekly collection and or being delayed as access has been disallowed by a car that has parked in such a way it's halted progress. An email we received as residents of Derbyshire Dales District Council, make way, it's bin day, was sent out to us all, reminding us as residents to be responsible for what we do and how we park our cars on that day of refuse collection. There isn't much we can do about it when there are people in other streets that park on Sir Joseph's Lane, including obviously the Molyneux site, where they also unfortunately use our road. The refuse vehicle, it's worth noting, has to actually reverse 180 metres, and that's all the way down the S-bend, right down to the bottom. And there was something that I wasn't aware of personally myself, but I didn't know there was a British standard for refuse collection vehicles, which recommends a maximum reversing distance of 12 metres.
Mr. Wise, I've given you overtime, so we'll just have to conclude now, please.
Okay. So I'd just like to state, though, that increased parking issues will be visibly dominant within the street scene and they'll undermine the established character of Sir Joseph's Lane. A more commonsensical view would be access from Wall or House from their entrance down to the side so as not to ruin Sir Joseph's Lane. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, can I just bring to members' attention a late representation that was received on the 8th of the 11th from David Oakley, a local resident, former town mayor of Darley Dale. And then the case officer did respond to this. Is there anything further the case officer would like to add? Certainly at the town council meeting when I was present, you know, it was a fair point that where the notice was displayed, what wasn't really where the people who it was going to affect. You know, it seemed to just like a bit of common sense, to be honest.
Yeah, on this point, I mean, it did come up quite early on in the lifetime of the plan application. I mean, I wouldn't disagree with that. It could have been placed better. Having said that, the response was significant, and the response does focus on highway safety. I think first and foremost in terms of third-party correspondence as well. Just to say on that point, Chair, that there was a duplication of a condition. So what we have there is just a note to say that condition 5 is deleted in its entirety and renumbering the conditions as 5 to 10 and 11 to 18 instead of 6 to 20. So that's just a point for, just a point of order, just for clarification. And there was another further late response from another third party, again, on the 11th, along similar lines, talking about consultation, talking about highway safety. and also an update from Derbyshire Wildlife Trust, from the agent in regards to the BNG, and that's saying that they have in principle agreement with an environmental bank to offset on the adjacent habitat areas secure through a legal agreement. So I suppose in plainest English I can muster, the biodiversity net gain can't be done on site because it's an infill site, but it can be done off site, and you can under the Environment Act do that, and it will be subject to an agreement with the Habitat Bank to provide that post-decision as per the legislation, but that's tied in with a pre-commencement planning condition requiring the submission of a habitat game plan, BNG game plan, prior to commencement of development. So just on those few points of order, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. So we've got now the applicant, please, Mr. Clayton Penny. And you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. Just by way of brief background to the applicant, Chevron Homes is an award-winning Derby-based house builder who has a strong track record of delivering high-quality homes across the East Midlands and in particular in Derbyshire Dales. Chevron Homes have recently received planning consents relating to schemes in Darley Dale, Ashbourne and in Matlock. The proposal, however, before you this evening is for the development of 2 dwellings on garden land associated with the existing Warloy house. The site itself extends to approximately 0.2 acres and it is situated within the built-up area boundary of Darley Dale on an infill plot opposite and adjacent to existing dwellings. The proposed dwellings are both detached bungalows with their own garaging, and the scheme has been carefully considered to minimise any potential impact on the character and the appearance of the area. It is shown that the general layout, scale and orientation of the dwellings creates a successful continuation of the existing built form on Sir Joseph's Lane, whilst minimising the overall visual impact of the development in the wider landscape. Not only this, but the proposed bungalows will go some way to responding to the ever-increasing need for single-storey accommodation in the locality, generally amongst the older population, but we have also seen demand from families who require single-storey living. A new access is proposed to be taken directly off the existing public highway network via Sir Joseph's Lane, and the local highway authority has confirmed that suitable access to and from the site can be achieved and that they raise no objection to our proposals. Should planning permission be granted this evening, the dwellings will be built in accordance with current building regulations and will include the provision of electric vehicle charging points. Both plots will either be equipped with solar panels or air source heat pumps as a form of renewable energy. As set out in the case officer's detailed and thorough planning committee report, the principle of residential development is considered to be acceptable as the application site lies within the defined settlement area boundary of Darley Dale, which is classed as a Tier 2 settlement, and by virtue of this is one of the most sustainable locations in the authority area. Derbyshire Dales cannot currently demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, and the proposals before you are consistent with both local and national planning policies. Development of the site would constitute infill development, and given the existing ground levels and proposed single-storey dwellings, it is considered therefore that the development would not cause any material adverse impacts on adjacent dwellings. Furthermore, the site is not situated within a flood zone and has no adverse planning designations. We have worked proactively with the case officer, to whom we are grateful, and are pleased to present to members a scheme for consideration which is policy compliant and has no outstanding consultee or technical objections. Given the size of this infill site, it has not been possible to demonstrate an on-site net gain in biodiversity. However, through discussions with the Derbyshire Wildlife Trust, it has been agreed that an off-site scheme can be secured through a biodiversity net gain plan. The submission and discharge of such would be required prior to the commencement of development. Details regarding use of materials are subject to condition, but it is envisaged that, should planning be granted this evening, the dwellings will be built using sustainable, robust materials which reflect the local vernacular and which respect the character of the area. Design is and will be in accordance with the design principles for C3 residential development in Darley Hillside, as contained within the Darley Dale Neighbourhood Plan. To conclude, and as previously mentioned, the tilted balance as set out in paragraph 11D of the National Planning Policy Framework is engaged, as the Council cannot currently demonstrate a 5-year supply of deliverable housing sites. This means that permission should be granted unless the adverse impacts of the development would significantly outweigh the benefits. in this case before you, it is concluded by your officers that there are economic, social and environmental benefits derived from the scheme. And when having regard to all matters raised, and when assessed against the policies in the local plan and the MPPF taken as a whole, it is considered that planning permission should be granted, given that there is a clear and convincing justification for the scheme. I therefore invite you to follow the advice of your officers and improve the application this evening. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Paddy, for your comments. So, Miles, you're the case officer. Would you kindly?
Thank you very much, Chair. You see before you the site location and the blue line of the site ownership. The site location in red. The site is located in the town of Darley Dale, and it forms part of the domestic garden of the existing house, known as Walleye House, and it's approximately 800 square metres in area. The site gently slopes from northeast to southwest towards Sir Joseph's Lane and is situated between numbers 10 and 11. Opposite the site, there is a row of detached and semi-detached dwellings in a linear form. These dwellings vary in height and design. The boundary screening is significant, with mature vegetation and trees within, with a wall and natural screen on its southern boundary. The site lies within the development boundary of Darley Dale, doesn't have any other planning constraints, including not being in a conservation area, nor being a listed building. The proposed development is for 2 detached dwelling houses in the rear garden of the existing dwelling. Plot 1 is a 2-bedroom, roughly L-shaped bungalow with a double garage adjoining to the rear and 2 car parking spaces with private rear garden area to the rear of the site. Plot 2 is a 3-bedroom dwelling, also a bungalow with a single garage and 2 car parking spaces in addition, and also private rear garden space to the rear of the proposed house. Both properties will have vehicle access from St Joseph Lane, and this will necessitate removal of some of the boundary details currently in existence. The plots occupy a footprint in the region of 90 to 100 square metres and are both proposed to be hip roof and access from the south, with officers considered to be the principal elevation. There is an issue with the site nodes on a private road, and there has been objections. I think we would argue that all salient planning issues and all material planning considerations have been taken into account with regard to appraising this planning application. In terms of the principle of development, the site lies within the development boundary, provides additional housing. As the applicant says, a lack of a 5-year housing supply does engage a tilted balance, and also they're in line with the neighbourhood plan as well in terms of its principal support for such housing in Darley Hillside, I beg your pardon. The single-storey nature of the dwellings would mean that whilst the land slopes away to the north, it would sit relatively low in the landscape and with significant screening would not be considered to be unduly obtrusive. The condition regarding materials will be attached. The scale, which will be compatible with the surrounding areas, it is considered that policy PD1 is in accordance with this. It is in accordance with PD1, this scheme, and therefore, in terms of the overall principle of development, that it is accepted. In terms of impact on residential amenity, the surrounding development pattern is varied and relatively low density, with mostly detached but semi-detached houses of various form and character. The 2 proposed dwellings would most impact on the adjoining properties at each location. Both properties are relatively close to their adjoining properties, but they are a single storey and not result therefore in any overshadowing, loss of outlook or exaggerated sense of enclosure. No habitable facing windows are proposed for either plot, and considered to be no impact in terms of adverse amenity. There's a loss of privacy, overlooking, and loss of privacy. And officers consider that this therefore would not amount to any material harm to the residential amenity of the adjoining of the occupiers of the adjoining properties. In terms of the living conditions of future occupiers, the proposed dwellings provide a good internal floor area, which does accord with the nationally described space standards, ample private amenity space, a good deal of natural light, ventilation and circulation internally, and it's considered they would therefore provide a good standard of living conditions for the future occupiers. In terms of landscaping and trees, the tree officer, the council tree officer, notes that an arboricultural impact assessment was provided and recommends a condition for development to be carried out in accordance with its recommendations. The Derbyshire Wildlife Trust, in terms of ecology, they have no objections subject to conditions, but that masks a significant amount of detail. Most importantly is that due to the nature of this development as an infill site, there will be a significant reduction in the biodiversity on the site. This will need to be addressed through off-site biodiversity net gain. This can be done, as I set out briefly, and also expanded on by the applicant. It can be done via a habitat bank, which would off-site provide the biodiversity net gain. This will be done post-decision, but details of that biodiversity net gain plan is a requirement of planning permission should that be granted. Also, there are several other conditions which are fairly standard, including the species enhancement plan. So we think that it will provide on site too a significant degree of biodiversity, even with it will retain what it can. Is I think what officers feel about this particular aspect of the site. In terms of highways and car parking, access is indeed off St Joseph's Lane, adjacent to one another, proposed relatively straightforward in arrangement, 2 off-street car parking spaces for each space, and a single and double garage respectively provides ample off-street car parking for both developments. There'll also be a condition relating to implementation of this prior to occupation and implementation of visibility displays as set out and recommended by the Highway Authority, again prior to occupation. The Highway Authority has no objections subject to the implementation of these conditions. In terms of conditions around construction, there are 2 conditions. One is for a construction management plan to be submitted for approval. This will contain not just the details, the routes of the construction traffic, details relating to how it would be stored and how vehicles are to go to and from the site, but also it will be added to another condition for the standard construction hours so as to minimise any noise and disturbance to the occupiers of the adjoining properties. In terms of flood risk and draining, it is low risk. It's a flood zone 1 location. It's the lowest risk of flooding, and it's considered that, subject to conditions, that the application will be acceptable. I'm just going to go back briefly to show you the site layout, and then these are the plots. You can see this is plot 1, the bungalow, and the layout with the double garage. This is plot 2 with a single garage, and the layout. You see a kind of a mix of hip and gable end, and this is in an area of varied kind of architectural design. This is considered acceptable by officers. If you look at photos, this is the site St Joseph's Lane. That's the site notice in question, and that's all I have for you at the moment. But happy to answer any questions or requests for clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you for that detailed outline, Giles. Miles, sorry. At running the risk now of being ejected from the chair, I'd like to say and compromise my impartiality. I totally support the comments of the town mayor. And I think, Mr. Penny, you should be congratulated on the design detail, because when it did first service, there was a lot of people very concerned at what would actually be presented. And as most of us know, there is a great need in Darley Dale for bungalows. But that's just it's now open for questions. So please, Councillor Dobbs.
Thank you, Chair. A question I raised at the site visit. I hope an answer is available. The fence adjacent to the access to number 11, I think, is quite significant in terms of the outlook from number 11. Is the fence to be retained? I understand the hedge will be removed. The Leylandii are going. A cheer could be heard at this point, possibly. But the fence, is that to remain? Can that remain?
My understanding is remaining. It may be something also for the applicant to confirm too.
Councillor Dobbs. Yeah.
And the second question, is there a need at this stage to address, of course, the fact that this is a sloping site, sloping from the garden of the house in where this, to what extent is flow from that land area going to be redirected? Is that something we should be taking account of at this stage?
I have conditioned the recommendation to grant planning permission for details of fell and surface water drainage to be submitted for approval. So the further details will be submitted about how that will be done.
Okay, Councillor Stewart-Lees.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, can I just apologise to the resident who I think I blocked in with the Mini? Do apologise for that. Is there any chance, or is it possible at this point, where the boundary line is between the two properties, is it possible to impose a condition that the frontage is left open plan so that they've got more manoeuvrability space between each other?
Well, I mean, one thing that is interesting with this is that permitted developments will be removed and any further development will require planning permission. At the moment, there's nothing, as far as I understand it, which actually, although that you see there a boundary, it's a red line boundary, it's not the necessarily a physical boundary. So that may well remain open.
Can we put that as a condition that it remains open in that boundary? Or not?
Well, I think it would come under the details of landscaping, which is conditioned.
Because it would make things much easier to get in and out of that street.
Yeah, it'd be a landscaping condition is already part of the conditions attached.
Councillor O'Brien and then Councillor David Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's evident when you visit the site that there's going to be a very significant loss of biodiversity with this development. And I note the compensation is proposed by way of a habitat bank. Do we know where the habitat bank is going to be established, or at the very least, if it's going to be within the parish of Darley Dale?
At the moment, we don't, and we don't have to know. It's one of these things, I think, with biodiversity net gain, that as sites come forward and as things develop, we'll get a clearer picture of where surplus will, off-site biodiversity net gain will be located. In this instance, the habitat bank itself will provide that, but it may not be within the parameters of Darley Dale or actually the Derbyshire Dales District Council. However, that is legitimate in its own right if a spot can't be found.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two sets of questions, really. Two questions. Okay.
Yep.
The first is the agent referred to solar panels and heat pumps, and it seemed to be an either/or. And to be honest, I hadn't even thought about it, but either of those things. But having raised them, some red flags appeared in my head. The first was, where would the solar panels go if they were fitted? The second is, where would a heat pump go that wasn't going to affect neighbours? And the third was, is this part of the application to have heat pumps and solar panels, or is this a nice to have that we should discard, shouldn't consider at all? That's my first set.
Well, I think what we can ask for a condition that locks that in, a climate change condition, ask for those specific things to be provided. I mean, I think that's reasonable. Okay. I didn't see any details submitted, unless I missed them. I don't think there was any. So I think it would be reasonable to ask for those details to be submitted and agreed, and implemented pre-occupation.
My feeling is that solar panels are pretty well inappropriate here because of the layout of the roof. The roofscape would make it very difficult to put solar panels on. But that's by the by. I mean, I'm not...
Well, I mean, I've given an option there where potentially we could add a condition.
The other question was then really about, should we be assessing the ability to get into the garages in plot 1? I can't for the life of me see how you do that.
Well, I think, it's, let's have a look. Well, you've got an access to the side, haven't you? There. I mean, I think there's an access to the rear, the south. I think it'd be near, I could see your point, but I think there's an ability to manoeuvre in there, I think. If there are, any potential details, amendments can be sought if there's practical issues there on site. But there is a highways condition requiring these the car park spacing and the manoeuvrability to be implemented prior to occupation. That was specifically asked for by the Highway Authority.
Councillor Buttle.
If we're on a roll for the climate change stuff, grey water systems, something which actually reduces the amount of flow through the properties to reduce sewerage and what have you being fed into the main sewer. Could we specify that? Have we specified that? Is it possible?
Well,
I think it is. But
going back to my response earlier, I think you could have a climate change condition setting out grey water systems, solar panels and heat pumps.
Thank you very much. I would love one of those.
Thank you for raising that, Neil. So can we go into debate now, members, please? Is anyone prepared to move officer recommendation or something contrary? Councillor Slack.
I'll move officer's recommendation.
Thank you,
I think
Peter.
it's a good site, really. And renewable energy aspect of it's first class.
Does that find a seconder, please? Right, so the alternative is who's going to refuse it? You'll second it, thank you, Stuart.
Providing that the conditions, that landscape conditions are thoroughly looked at regarding the dividing fence between the two properties.
Yeah.
It will make it easy to get into that garage as well.
Yeah. Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Chair. The reason I'm not wasn't prepared to come forward to support the application is you probably judged from the clue from my question. I get very frustrated by this approach to biodiversity net gain. It's a bit like the ability we have of buying carbon credits rather than actually taking meaningful action to reduce carbon emissions. It's too easy. Chevin Homes is a very fine builder of quality homes. I wish they'd show the same attention to meeting the requirements of biodiversity. I think it was done them in good stead. It's very easy to say there are no alternative sites which could be enhanced within the locality. I simply do not believe that there are no sites within Darley Dale which would benefit from investment in biodiversity. I simply do not believe that sufficient attention is given to looking at alternative sites within the vicinity. It's too easy to say we'll put it in, we'll stash it away. It's a bit like a Section 106 money. We'll stash it away in what's called a habitat bank. Could be spent anywhere, and has no benefit whatsoever to the community from which it's been taken. I understand the reasons, but I think it's ecologically immoral to adopt this attitude towards biodiversity net gain.
Thank you, Peter. Councillor Hughes.
I'm going to back Peter up on this. And even you can look at the built form and say, well, why do we have pitched roofs with clay tiles on them? Why can't we have a green roof? Why can't we do something which is quite innovative in providing biodiversity net gain in the buildings themselves? it requires some thought. What are the drives going to be made? Are they going to be hard surfaces, or are they going to be? Couldn't we have a green drive, for example, and the patios, all those hard surfaces again? There are things that you can do on site, even if it's a small site, that perhaps in other countries they would do.
Thank you. John.
Thanks. I mean, just on these points, I mean, the BNG plan, it's still evolving. The fact is it's a post-decision aspect that has to be done. Yes, they have to come back and present it to us pre-commencement. But as the legislation is set up, that's the way the legislation is set up, rightly or wrongly. But on the other issues in terms of permeability, use of materials, are they sustainable? Could this encourage landscaping, planting? I mean, it may be we can enhance this condition so that it locks in these aspects, and we're quite clear of this point. Subject to that, maybe if the proposal was amended to encourage these two conditions, as Councillor Lees alluded to earlier.
Do you wish to carry on, David?
No, thank you. I think that would, doing something to the hard surfaces. I mean, having time, wild thyme growing across the driveways, that sort of thing, in a mesh, something like that might help with biodiversity. It's not perfect, but so I think in terms of the conditions, yes.
So it's Councillor Linthwaite and then Councillor Maelstrom.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I don't have a problem with the concept of the infill development, but I do have three concerns about this particular site. The narrow lane, St Joseph's Lane, we all saw it yesterday. The thought of having two more driveways coming out onto that really narrow lane right opposite where people are currently parking. I mean, how are you going to stop them parking? Because they're not residents either, are they? They're people from round the corner and all over. I think this is another example of where highways is not being our best friends, really, in terms of giving us much helpful advice and support. So that would be the first concern. My second concern is looking at the way the bungalows have been sited within the ground. You've got these two properties at a slightly weird angle, and it just gives this sense of they're planning to build as large as they can, whatever they can squeeze in to make two properties on this one plot. You look at the car parking spaces, and they're so close together. So I'm not against obviously two properties going on this site, but I'm not wholly comfortable with the size of the two that are there. I mean, yeah, exactly. Can you get your car in your garage? Not really, no. And then the third issue would be with drainage. Yesterday, when we visited the site, we went round the back of the house and walked across the lawn, and we've not had any rain for weeks. And we all left footprints across that lawn, which is about 95% moss, and it was so wet. And these two bungalows are going to be below the level of that. So I would also want close attention paid to how the drainage is going to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maelstrom.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to agree with Councillor Linthwaite and perhaps go a bit further. The fact that we're all peering at these plans thinking, how are you going to get your car in there? And, oh, that's a bit of a funny angle. I mean, clearly this is over-intensification. I think Miles said in his presentation that this is an area where there are different designs but relatively low density of development. And in my opinion, that plot is just not big enough for two bungalows. So I would be inclined to reject it on the basis of over-intensification of development. I also don't like the design because you've got complicated roofs on these bungalows with the sort of the dormer pointy bits on the south side, which is going to make it very difficult to put solar panels on. So why would you build in that sort of design problem into brand new houses in this day and age? It makes no sense to me.
Thank you. Councillor Dobbs.
Thank you, Chair. Several of the points that I wish to make have just been made. This comes out as revision A. I don't know if that's significant, but I would have quite liked to have seen a B and C, because I think we could actually have improved on this, and probably if we started off with perhaps copying what's next door, a pair of semi-detached bungalows, and then maybe all our issues about access and parking and so on might have disappeared. But we are asked to consider what's in front of us, and I must admit it does look like rather too much has attempted to be squeezed in, and that long term will probably be leading to unhappy residents in these properties, as well as possibly unhappy residents who are already there.
Can we test the motion rather than go around in circles? Because I suspect it may fail. So, and then we can get a new one. Do you wish to speak at this point, Neil?
If I'm going to be encouraged to vote on this one, I'd like to know whether or not I'm having some grey water and what have you systems to make sure that like the climate change clause, because that would actually change how I vote, probably.
Right. I thought, Miles, you'd made that clear in terms earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's two additional or amended conditions. One is a landscape condition. That'd be hard and soft landscaping. It's looking at potentially permeable paving, planting and landscaping details. That will be wrapped up with species enhancement and planting already there, but we can beef that up. And I think the other thing is that we have a climate change conditions where you're looking at grey water harvesting, storage, solar panels, heat pumps, and details those to be submitted. And those details and to be implemented pre-occupation.
Does that assist, Neil? That helps, right? Can we test it, please?
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry.
Could I just make sure that the Chair and the mover and seconder of that motion are happy to include those?
Yeah. Peter, Councillor Slack, are you happy to include?
Yeah,
yeah. And
yes, definitely, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah. So it's been moved and seconded.
I mean, we may be saying you've got to try and put solar panels on here, but I don't see where you put solar panels, because the point Laura Maelstrom made that there isn't any space for solar panels apart from under the OT on plot 1. That's the only place. So we can't condition it because it's not feasible.
We can. Is a climate change condition is what we're going after. We can. These can be details of that, and the details then can be submitted for approval.
Well,
it's not just solar panels; it's also heat pumps. It's grey water harvesting.
But I'm not sure where you put heat pumps, because the boundaries are so close to the other properties.
I take on point totally.
Well, no, environmental health would be.
Yeah.
Are going to be,
But what I would
consulted on, aren't they?
What I would suggest as chair is I totally understand and agree from where you're coming, David. That has emerged out of this debate that we've just had. So let's test the motion, because we could all night, couldn't we? This, that. We, and if then at the end we just throw it out, I mean, we know where we are. Members are either for this motion or not, and then we can come to grips with exactly what members would prefer to see happen on this site. So all those in
Chair, can I just comment that most of these that's been discussed, these solar panels, heat pumps, etc., can't be part of the building regulations anyway, so they'll have to conform anyway, so to get the EPC. So they will go somewhere, or something to fit in will go somewhere.
Having said that, Stuart, during the debate I've heard from members some very reasonable points, not just of concern but of principle, that I do understand. That's why I'm anxious to actually now test the, where we actually stand. Councillor Peacock.
Before we do that, can I just say something in favour of the motion?
which is that I think we can get too we can become too attached to housing density. I think we need bungalows, and they're not massive bungalows, but if we throw out everything that's a bit too dense, then we end up having to build more on greenfield sites outside towns. I think this is the sort of site that we should be building on balance. I can see that it's not perfect. I can see that there are traffic issues. But I think on balance, it's, there's 2 parking spaces for each one. They will work that out, I think. I've seen quite a lot worse. And they're only 1 story, which makes them not actually all that dense. Anyway, I think on balance, we should vote for this.
Thank you, Councillor Peacock. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour of this being approved, please indicate, please show. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Abstentions? No abstentions. The motion is lost, so it's open now to members to present. So, Councillor Maelstrom.
Can I propose that the application be refused?
Yes.
On the grounds of over-intensification of development,
Yep.
which is out of keeping with the area?
Yeah. Does that find a seconder, please?
Sorry, Chair, can I just interject on that point? Following the recent training that we've all had in terms of from PAS, obviously the wording's there, but we need, officers will require the policy rationale that sits behind that as well, please. Thank you.
I'm afraid I'm not sufficiently familiar with the exact policy details of the local plan to be able to give you paragraph numbers, Sean. So,
Well, yeah. I mean, again, as discussed at the PAS training, it's obviously it was in the office, members' gifts to formulate that reason for refuse. Officers can't interject, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Councillor Murphy.
Chairman, shouldn't we adjourn 5-10 minutes so people can thrash out a reasonable case that the officers can approve, advise on, and whatever?
Absolutely, I think that does come out of that. Councillor, does that find a seconder, first of all? Councillor Dobbs. So it's been moved and seconded that we adjourn briefly and we try and assist the mover in terms of presenting legitimate planning reasons for refusal.
Does the motion find a seconder?
Sorry.
Does the motion find a seconder?
It has been. Sorry, Tommy. We need a seconder, please. Was it Peter Dobbs?
I seconded the adjournment, but if for expediency, do we need to second the previous motion as well?
Yeah.
Well, let's do that too.
Yeah, thank you. Right. Sorry. And we need someone to move that we extend the meeting by at least an hour. So, thank you. Does that find a seconder? Yeah. Members, they're all in favour? Yeah. Thank you.
So you need to go out then, do you?
So we need, with the mover and seconder, please. Laura, we need to adjourn next door and you.
No, you don't need me.
Meeting members. I think in fairness to Councillor Maelstrom, I would have been equally, struggling to automatically and immediately produce the reasons that would then be legally accepted within planning criteria. So what I'd like to do is invite Laura, David Hughes and Peter Dobbs, because I think if we can complement and bring to the officers then the policy reasons, then I hope they in good faith will obviously use those, in the correct way for us to refuse the application. So, Laura, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, with a little bit of help in the last 5 or 10 minutes, I've found the parts of the local plan that I knew were there but couldn't point to when blurting out my objections. So I would like to propose that we reject this application on the following grounds: that it fails to comply with policy PD1, design and placemaking, which requires that development contributes positively to an area's character and identity in terms of scale, height, density, layout, and relationship to adjacent buildings. That was my intensity point. I also have a point about PD3. Biodiversity. I'm not satisfied that it's the BNG credit to be bought off site doesn't identify where within the plan area that's to be found, and I think that's in breach of PD3. Which requires us to not permit any development proposal which would directly or indirectly result in significant harm to biodiversity conservation interests, unless it can be demonstrated that appropriate conservation and mitigation measures are provided, which contribute positively to the overall biodiversity of the plan area. So the application doesn't demonstrate contribution to the overall diversity of the plan area, as far as I'm aware. And then thirdly, it fails to comply with PD7. Which requires new development to be designed to contribute to achieving national targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by using landform layout, building orientation, and so on. And this is the point about the having pointy dormer roofs on the south-facing parts of the roof, which will certainly reduce the number of solar panels that can be used. And so PD7 also refers to securing energy efficiency through building design, and this design does not secure energy efficiency.
To complement those points, Peter, David, are there any other policy?
I don't think, without making it excessively complex, that I can add anything to what Laura said. No, thank you.
Chair, I'd refer the developer to our climate change SPD, which provides guidelines for implementing PD3 and PD7 and others as well. So I feel that those guidelines haven't been taken into consideration in this particular application.
Sean.
Yes, sorry, Chair, just through you. Just in terms of the reasoning and or the policy that were mentioned, it's considered to be the development didn't comply with. Policy PD3, and obviously in breach of the biodiversity net gain. I mean, I'm not suggesting we can't necessarily bring that forward, but the approach which was adopted in this report and some other reports this evening and moving forward is that's adopted by the Planning Inspectorate. Just throwing that out there, I mean, doesn't mean you can't necessarily disagree with the Planning Inspectorate, but that is the standard practice it's encouraging all local authorities to adopt. Chair.
Thank you. Yep. David?
The planning inspector effectively driving that way forward in terms of buying credits and storing it as a pre-commencement condition. So when a site or sites become available within the authority, and the legislation does allow for the vicinity, immediate vicinity, or adjoining vicinity, so it could be just outside of the authority's area. That's the way in which the planning inspectorate are directing authorities to interpret BNG.
In that case, Chair, sorry to interrupt,
Yeah.
might I amend then my proposal to remove that ground and rely only on the PD1 and PD7 and
Yeah.
Councillor Hughes's point about the SPD?
Councillor Dobbs?
Yes, that's fine. I will accept that removal.
Yeah. So on
Thanks for that advice, John.
on the basis of that, Sean, can we proceed? The information is there for officers to...
Subject to that being voted on by members, certainly the wording that's been cast there in terms of bringing the decision back to the wording of PD1 and PD7, that is something that we can, where members to vote upon, that can be included in two reasons for refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Do we need to take another vote now on the points? No, that is the motion. Right. So, members, the application has been refused for the reasons outlined by Councillor Maelstrom.
We do need to vote on the refusal.
Right. So, if we put it now then directly to the vote, all those in favour of the reasons outlined by Councillor Maelstrom, please, that we refuse this application. All those in favour, please show. Against? Abstentions? Just one. So the motion is carried. Thank you. So we turn to the first of three applications pertaining Tansley, Royal Oak House, Alfreton Road, the Cliff Tansley. Change of use of part completed holiday flat and unused restaurant to two-storey dwelling. So we have a number of speakers that have been very patient. First, I'd invite Councillor Vicky Rains from the Parish Council. Councillor Steve Wayne has indicated he's going to just speak on the last one for the two. Yeah.
We're on this one.
What from?
We're on that one. First, isn't it?
Right.
We've got three, but that one's the first one. So it's not Vicky, she's not speaking on that one. It's Steve Wayne first. Okay. Oh, right. Oh, sorry.
I am confused because it says change of use.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sean, do you want to just explain who's speaking on what?
Councillor Wayne does not wish to speak till the final one. Okay.
That's it, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's Emma Smith, I think now. We're on 5. What page is 5.4 on? 87.
Yeah,
Page 87,
yeah. So I invite Miss Emma Smith, local resident, to speak against the application, please. Okay. So it's
Peter Davis, then the next one. Peter Davis.
So it's Dr. Peter Davis, local resident, to speak against the application, please. And you've got 3 minutes.
I, Peter Davis, live on the boundary of this conversion. We want to see this conversion built because the building is in disrepair, but we have a few issues with the application as presented. So one of the elements is that the window, there's a very large window that's presented at the back in the plan, but it doesn't say anything about the details. We're very concerned about the overlook from this window. The site is tens of metres above my house and a number of my neighbours' houses. We're worried about the overlook onto our property, as this is quite a change in style. It's an old, very nice 18th century building. It's an old pubs, it's got small windows, and these windows are getting much bigger with a much greater overlook. And yeah, this is currently going to change the kind of nature of the privacy on the site for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Could Peter Hoy please come and address the committee? And again, Peter, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Yeah, I'm a local resident, first of all, but I'm also an ecological consultant. I regularly provide expert witness advice and peer appeals on biodiversity net gain and ecological matters. So putting that in context. So I have some concerns. I'd like to see the building renovated, refurbished, like anyone. It could do with it. But I have some concerns with the information that's been provided. It's very much a minimal approach to the provision of information. So the initial response from Derbyshire Wildlife Trust highlighted the potential bats in the roof. And there was a response from the applicant to suggest they're not doing any work to the roof. Now, members will have seen the building. They will have seen the holes in the roof. These provide perfect habitat for roosting bats. Are members expected to accept that there will be no works to the roof? I suspect that's difficult to comprehend. Nobody's going to refurbish a building without fixing the holes in the roof, and they're significant holes. On that basis, I think you have to take yourself back to the original response from the Derbyshire Wildlife Trust, which highlighted the DEFRA circular. And I'll just read this bit out because I think it's quite relevant. It is essential that the presence or otherwise of protected species and the extent to which they may be affected by the proposed development is established before planning permission is granted. Otherwise, all material considerations may not have been addressed in making the decision. The need to ensure that ecological surveys are carried out should therefore not be left to condition unless in exceptional circumstances. Now, clearly, this advice was provided to the applicant and it was ignored, and it was chosen that surveys weren't necessary by the applicant. That is clearly not an exceptional circumstance. So I've spoken to DWT, Derbyshire Wildlife Trust, today, and they agree that if there are holes in the roof, yes, bat surveys should be completed. These can't be left to condition. There is case law to that effect that would suggest that any decision that's made, any positive decision that's made, would be open to legal challenge. And I can give you the case law references if you need them, but obviously it's my job to know. So I just would suggest that either legal advice is sought and perhaps the application is deferred or withdrawn. It doesn't matter, but at the end of the day, I think we heard some really useful bits of debate about biodiversity and the consideration and the regard given to biodiversity.
I have to interject because your time has gone.
That's fine.
Sorry, yeah.
Cheers.
Yeah. So it's John Millhouse, the agent, who's got 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll be speaking on all three applications at this site, so I'll try and keep my comments as brief as I can. So my name's John Millhouse. I'm a Chartered Town Planner from Planning Design Practice. I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant, James Neville. I've known James for approximately 20 years. I've seen firsthand the quality of the workmanship on the buildings that his firm has delivered in the Derbyshire Dales. He's an experienced local developer. He's lived for many years in Tansley, a short distance from this site, so I know he'll want to do a good job. So I believe this application is very much a good news story. The former pub is currently derelict and untidy. It's had a variety of uses over recent years, obviously a public house, a restaurant, hot food takeaway, even I believe second-hand car sales in the car park. This development will restore and improve a brownfield site within the settlement framework boundary. An ugly rear extension will be removed. A high stone wall at the entrance will be lowered to improve visibility. The principle of change of use away from commercial use is already accepted in view of the previous planning permission on the site. This development will remove the potential for the sort of traffic disturbance and pollution that could be generated by a commercial use. It will deliver biodiversity net gain on site. There are no records of any accidents around the entrance within the last 40 years, I understand. There's ample space for bin lorries and other delivery vehicles to turn on the site and exit in a forward gear. I'd just like to respond to a couple of the points raised by the other speakers, if I may. With regards to the window, I do believe that the previous consented scheme did include 4 bifold doors already, but it's worth remembering that this building is a good 70 metres away from the houses to the north. In terms of the comments about the need for re-roofing the building, I believe the speaker may have been referring to the roof above the adjoining property, because the roof which lies above this part of the building was re-roofed about 20 or 30 years ago, so there's no need to re-roof it again. And obviously the upstairs has already been converted to a holiday flat. So on that basis, we didn't feel there was any requirement for further bat surveys, and Derbyshire Wildlife Trust have raised no objection. The officer's report is thorough and fair, and I respectfully request that you follow their recommendation. Thank you.
Invite then now the case officer Edward Ford in, please. Edward, if you'll take us through, which you'll be doing all 3, obviously. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. So, yeah, the proposal here is for a change of use of the part-completed holiday flat and the currently vacant restaurant into a 2-storey dwelling at the Royal Oak House, former Royal Oak House, off of Alton Road in Tansley. So here's the location plan. So you'll see that this concerns effectively one half of the existing building, where the other half is effectively an existing, what used to be effectively a landlord dwelling in that regard. So there is already one dwelling on site. There is a history with this site as well. It has already received planning permission back in 2022 for a change of use from the public house / restaurant use into 2 self-contained holiday lets. In terms of the changes to the building externally, it's mostly minimal. The main changes consists of the removal of effectively a timber rear extension which serves as a stairwell, and some minor changes to the fenestration as well. So these are the existing and proposed sort of side elevations there. So relatively minimal changes there. And then these are the existing front and rear elevations. And then there's the proposed rear elevations as well. And yes, indeed, there are proposals there for larger windows to the rear elevation on the ground floor. given indeed that this building is in a prominent location and is of some age as to the specific date of its construction, I'm not entirely sure, but it positively contributes to the character of the area. This has been reflected in previous officer reports as well. So further details of the windows and how this will be implemented is proposed to be secured. And furthermore, it's proposed to revoke permit development rights for household extensions for the same reason in terms of protecting the character of this building going forward. So those are the proposals in that regard. Turning to the principal development, so as before, this is located within the village of Tansley, which is a Tier 3 settlement. So this falls under Policy S3. Policy S3 effectively gives principal development, principal approval effectively for development subject to matters such as it not having an adverse impact on character and it having safe access, not impacting the purposes of the Peak District Wildlife National Park or the Derwent Valley Mills World Heritage Site, retaining existing buildings that make a positive contribution, and having a layout access and parking provision appropriate for the proposed use and its surroundings, and not conflicting with any other relevant policy in the plan. So there's principal level support for it, subject to compliance with other policies within the plan. So in terms of assessing character, as discussed, the proposed changes to the building are relatively minor, and it's considered that overall it will continue to be a positive contribution in the character of in the street scene. It's considered that the proposed change of use is not going to have any major impact on neighbour amenity, as previously referred to in terms of neighbouring properties. So the closest one will be the existing landlord dwelling, effectively, which is attached to the proposal, but it has a sort of side-by-side relationship. And then there's dwellings on Ashley Close, which are north of the site. Those are approximately, I think, 70 metres away. In terms of parking and highways, this is something I'm conscious that we have two other items on the agenda as well, which are both also subject to consideration on this site, and the local highway authority have commented on all three applications. But in effect, this proposal utilises the existing access for the former Royal Hope Public House. The proposal includes improvements to the visibility displays on site. This consists of effectively reducing down a wall on the east side of the existing, on the east boundary effectively of the site, down to 600 millimetres. That's to be secured by condition to improve the visibility looking eastward. The local highway authority consider that will improve the visibility, and based on the existing baseline of the lawful use of the site, they considered that this proposal would not result in any sort of adverse impacts on highway safety or on the road network. Turning to ecology, the points raised so far that you've heard tonight are all correct insofar as the legislative requirements for local authorities to have, they have a duty to ensure that due diligence is had in terms of protecting protected species. In this case, the scope of the application seeks to change the use of the building, and no works to the roof have been proposed. It was indeed the initial comments received by Derbyshire Wildlife Trust sought clarification on the point regarding whether there were works to the roof being proposed, because if there were, they would require a preliminary roof assessment to establish if there were to be any impacts on any existing roofs, if there were to be any roofs. But we've since received confirmation that there's no works to the roof proposed. It's not within the scope of the application in any case. And on that basis, they've deemed that we do not need any further information in that regard. And DWT have, on that basis, provided no objection, subject to conditions which have been set out in the report. In terms of conditions, it's proposed to secure a scheme of hard and soft landscaping and a biodiversity enhancement plan to provide various forms of biodiversity enhancement. It's also proposed to ensure that any lighting installed effectively is sensitive to any protected species, particularly towards bats, if any new lighting is to be installed. And as previously discussed, it's proposed as well to secure detailed designs on new external windows and door joinery, and to revoke PD rights as well to protect the character of the building. And furthermore, with regards to highways conditions, it's proposed to ensure that the buildings are not occupied for residential purposes until the 2 parking spaces as part of the wider site improvements are delivered, and that the visibility display improvements are also delivered as well. And beyond that, there's a set of precautionary measures as well to ensure that works are done in accordance with, to ensure that works are done in a manner that protects protected species effectively. Turning back to the point regarding the need or lack thereof for a roost assessment, the fact that DWT have not requested it in this instance does not change the requirement or the sort of the power for of the legislation in this regard. So if later down the line the developer does intend to do works to the roof at some point for repairs or whatever the case may be, they will still need to comply with that legislation insofar as if there's any evidence of roosting bats, all works have to stop on site and they have to seek a bat licence from Natural England. That is a requirement, and it's a criminal offence to result in any harm to bat roosts on that basis. So that legislation still remains to be. It's just that in this instance, because of the scope of the proposal being sought here, we do not require any further evidence at this stage for this application. So for all of the reasons discussed and subject to all the conditions that I've gone through, I've brought forward a recommendation that planning permission be granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward, for that outline and report. So it's open now, members, for questions. Peter O'Brien.
Thank you, Chair. We've had a statement from Mr. Hoy to the effect that I won't quote him exactly, but to the effect that the roof is full of holes, and therefore the roof would require renovation. We have a statement to the contrary from the applicant. Now, I need to know which of those statements is correct, please.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. The planning permission that's being sought is a change of use, and at no point during this application has there been a proposal to make any changes to the roofing materials or propose any repairs to the roof as well. Subject to the scope of the works, if those were done outside of this planning permission, those may require their own planning permission in that regard. But in any case, works to the roof are not scoped within this planning permission effectively, so we're not approving those works as part of this.
Peter Dobbs.
Quick one. On the site visit, there's a telecoms cabinet at the rear of the building. Presumably that would need 24-hour access. Is that being factored in?
Through you, Chair. Thank you. In terms of access towards a telecoms cabinet, that will most likely be a civil matter between the telecoms operator and the landowner, effectively. So it will be for the landowner to maintain responsibility to ensure that access was provided if that is the case.
Any further questions from members? Councillor Burfoot.
Thank you, Chair. There have obviously been highway safety concerns that have been brought up in relation to all three of these applications, but so I'll ask it now. Have we had confirmation that large vehicles like bin lorries can access and egress from this whole site in a forward gear?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. In terms of the Highway Authority comments, their comments were that there's sufficient space on site for vehicles to move to operate in a forward gear. My understanding was that relates to residential vehicles. It doesn't specify in that regard. In that instance, they provided no objection, and my understanding was and is that any effectively existing operation of the site based on the sort of lawful use operation in terms of refuse vehicles, emergency vehicles, those can continue to use the site and access the site in the same manner as they do currently, or that would currently, sort of separate to if this planning permission or planning application had been submitted effectively.
Yeah, a supplementary, yeah.
Could you just confirm that this application and the application for the renovation of the barn are in the defined settlement boundary for Tansley?
Thank you, through you, Chair. I believe both of those applications, I mean, talking about this application at the moment, the Royal Oak Public House is within the defined settlement boundary of Tansley.
Councillor Buttle.
I'm getting a bit confused by the number of applications which seem to have, like pretty much the same site. You will let me know which is the one which has got some sort of residential for rent, like one rather than for sale. Are they all to rent?
Through you, Chair. I understand. So my understanding is that provision for talking specifically about this proposal, which is the conversion of the Royal Oak Public House, because that is the item we're discussing at this stage. That would be effectively for one open market dwelling. That would be the end result.
An open market dwelling which is to be let or to be sold?
That would be at the discretion of the landowner.
Right. Well, wouldn't what happens to it change what building regulations require to be done? And wouldn't, if you were letting something out, wouldn't it have to be sort of EPCB or something like that? I can't remember the actual numbers.
That would not be a material planning consideration for the
purposes
purposes
material,
of this.
Though it might require the removal and replacement of a roof.
If that does, that's a matter for the developer to consider in terms of if they go to apply for submit a planning application. It is up to them to ensure that their designs that they are seeking comply with building regulations at whatever stage they see fit. For our purposes, we are here to discuss the planning merits of the application, and we are not required to confirm at this stage whether or not it would comply with building regulations.
Right. Okay. I'm getting a bit mixed up here about like BAT surveys and EPCs and which bit is what. If you could make it clear as we go along, that would be really helpful.
So just to clarify on the BAT survey, so the reason that's come up is and it's an understandable observation. So I believe the case is, and to be fair, I can appreciate there may be some confusion because the next item we will talk about does require a BAT license. But in any case, focusing on this item is purely for the change of use of the building. The proposal doesn't scope in works to the roof in that regard, and we've had confirmation that there's no works in that sense. Derbyshire Wildlife Trust have made it clear within their comments that they effectively they don't have objections subject to conditions that they've put forward, and that if works were required to the roof at some stage, then at that stage they would require a preliminary roof assessment, but that's not proposed at this stage.
Gotcha. Thanks very much. I was beginning to get a bit confused here.
Any further questions? Would someone like to, David?
Chair, I'm very pleased to move this with the officer's recommendations. I think the building's been vacant or marginal use for many years now, and I feel that whatever use it's put, the same questions would arise. Can you get a car in and out of this site or not? Seems to be the major concern. And this is taking a partly developed building and changing the internal layout with some work on the walls, on the windows and the exterior, the rear wall. It's not attempting to rebuild the building in any way. So it's a change of use. There are difficulties with access. It's very difficult to get out and turn right out of the entrance. But it doesn't matter what this building is used for, that same problem will arise. And the only other alternative would be to knock the building down and start again. So and we're not proposing that. So I'd like to move officers' recommendations on this.
Does that find a seconder, please? Councillor Dobbs. Does any member wish to comment now on the motion before them? It's been moved and seconded that we grant consent as outlined in the officer's report. All those in favour, please show. Against? Abstentions? That was unanimous. Thank you. So we move to page 97 of the agenda, to conversion and extension of barn to form single-storey dwelling, Royal Oak House, Alfreton Road, The Cliff, Tansley. And we've got a number of people that would like to speak to this. So if we start, please, with Emma Smith, please, local resident. And Emma, you've got 3 minutes to speak to the committee.
I'm representing Mr. and Mrs. Brassington, who have resided at Ashley Close for over 44 years. Traffic and transportation. Access is off the busy A615, 10,000 average vehicles annually, and dangerous, indicated by a double white line and clearway system. Access has restricted sightlines due to a bend in the road and substantial stone building. Highway safety, like restricted sightlines, is a concern, as is conflict of movement with the other road junction, Alders Lane, under 30 metres away. Further increased movement of traffic with this development will lead to a higher risk of accidents, 3 already recorded by the police. I request the visibility display condition for all 3 applications has the X and Y distances included for clarity. Parking. The parking plan, if conditioned, caters for the dwelling's parking, but does not seem to accommodate other vehicles who will inevitably need to visit the site. Service emergency visitors. The currently presented plan is somewhat scattergun and shared with 2 connected applications. We are concerned that there are no close options for overflow parking at this site, as parking on the A615 is not an option. We are also concerned that there is no identified cycle storage on the parking plan, which is noted as a condition. Flooding. Has there been consideration to flooding from the brook at the northern boundary? This feeds Bentley Brook and into Matlock. Climate change has meant more frequent surface water is generated into the brook. If approved, there will be less natural environment to act as a sword, intensifying the flooding for residents in Matlock. A neighbour has had 2 recent occasions of sewerage flowing into his garden and the brook. Severn Trent are closely monitoring but no remedial action. More homes are coming online upstream, and this development will just add to the pressure and failure rate of this system. More failures will affect the wildlife and residents. Asbestos. Under 7.9, agenda page 100, it states the roof of the barn is a corrugated metal roof. This is incorrect, as it is asbestos. I request a condition be applied for the safe removal and disposal of the asbestos as advised under the control of the Asbestos Regulations 2012. Site hours. Under the Considerate Construction Scheme, 1974 Pollution Control Act legislates construction site noise. I request a condition to apply to all 3 applications, like condition 16, agenda page 100. As a family community, this condition ensures children's bedtimes are not delayed. Construction hours, weekdays 8 till 5, Saturdays 8 till 1, nothing Sunday and bank holidays. And burning waste, to prevent air pollution in line with the Clean Air Act 1993, for current residents, I request a condition to apply to all 3 applications that no trade waste is burnt on site. Thank you very much.
So I invite back Dr. Peter Davis, please. And you, Peter, are going to speak against the application. You've got 3 minutes.
Proposed development. We have a number of issues with the professionalism presented in the proposal. There remains a substantial lack of cohesion, consistency, and not following strict legal requirements. For instance, the biodiversity net gain submission is substantially flawed. So in terms of general biodiversity policy, on the site there are 12 mature trees marked on the tree plan, And the developer intends to remove 10 of these, including tree 24 and tree 25, which are substantial and large trees. The substantial trees on the east boundary are considered to be a neighbour's property, yet no discussion or consultation has been forthcoming. The tree line offers substantial benefit to local wildlife, the current neighbours and occupants of future houses. The LPA has a duty to ensure the retention of trees on the site in the interests of visual amenity in accordance with policies PD1 and PD6 of the adopted Derbyshire Dales Local Plan 2017. We therefore request a sympathetic managed approach to these trees by only removing where absolutely necessary, especially when regarding the very significant trees on the boundaries of this site. So, biodiversity net loss will occur if this submission is granted. There are 12 mature trees marked on the tree plan within the site, trees 22 to 34, yet only 5 are presented on the BNG baseline. The BNG baseline is a strict statutory legal document and must be factual and accurate. As stated in the Statutory Biodiversity Metric User Guide, page 53, penultimate paragraph, trees recorded as individual trees that will be removed for any purpose, including development, disease or safety, must be recorded in your baseline and recorded as lost. The Council Planning Department have not adequately checked the BNG assessment for the clear emissions presented. Furthermore, the submission does not allow interrogation of the assessment and does not represent good practice. Therefore, this application should be considered refused or deferred due to the BNG baseline being substantially inaccurate. This planning submission represents a true biodiversity net loss and so is legally unsound and risks future judicial challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I invite Mr. Peter Hoy, local resident. And again, Peter, you've got 3 minutes.
I think Peter said a lot of what I was going to say, so I won't repeat it. But as I see it, there are discrepancies between the submitted information and what should be submitted. And I just need to draw some separation between what can be submitted in terms of planning policy and planning judgment. This isn't a matter of judgment. This is a matter of what is legally required under the biodiversity net gain legislation, and which is clearly stated in the planning practice guidance. There are minimum requirements. One of those is you need to assess the pre-development biodiversity value of the site at the relevant date. Now, the relevant date should be as close to the application as possible, but it's up to you to decide what is the appropriate relevant date. Clearly, there are trees that have been missed. There are 5 fruit trees in the garden, for example, and there is only 3 shown on the biodiversity assessment. That is a clear inaccuracy. The red line site boundary is different to that shown on the biodiversity net gain assessment. Clearly, we don't know the pre-development biodiversity value of the site. Legally, you can't grant consent. There is not enough information to satisfy the biodiversity net gain mandatory framework, statutory framework. That's what I have to say. There are 3 tests in morgue to do with bat roosts. I'm fine with the bat roosts in this application. I suggest that you understand that you need to have considered the 3 tests in the Habitats Directive when European protected species could be affected. I don't believe you've done that.
Thank you. And I'll invite now the agent, John Millhouse, please. John, you've got 5 minutes if you wish to use that full time.
Thank you. So this application concerns another derelict building within the settlement framework boundary. In principle, new build development is acceptable, but the applicant, to his credit, is looking to work with the existing building. The building has had previous permissions in the past for conversion to residential accommodation. A full suite of ecological surveys have been carried out and have been reviewed by Derbyshire Wildlife Trust. No bats were observed flying in and out of the barn, but as a precaution, a bat licence will nonetheless be obtained. The application will also deliver biodiversity net gain on site. Just picking up on some of the comments made by other speakers. So in terms of the access, my understanding is that when it was open, the pub did have delivery vehicles coming into the car park, turning, exiting in a forward gear. So I do believe there's sufficient space for that. I also think when we're considering the access, I think it's important to bear in mind that as well as the improvement to visibility, the previous use of the site involved a 24-space car park. So the 4 dwellings proposed by these 3 applications will significantly reduce movements overall, and they'll be less concentrated compared to what a commercial development could have delivered. This application for the barn conversion allows 2 parking spaces and some overflow parking, so there'll be no need to park on Alfreton Road. The applicant's happy to accept a condition requiring the removal of the asbestos sheet roofing and also to control hours of construction. With regards to the trees, my understanding is that the actual plan proposes the removal of 3 fruit trees, and they'll be replaced with new planting as part of the BNG scheme. There were other trees recommended in the tree report for removal due to ash dieback, but they're actually on neighbouring land, so it's not within the gift of the applicant to propose their removal, so they're not actually proposed on the plan for removal. So again, I welcome the officer's report, which concludes that the development is acceptable in planning terms, and I respectfully request that you support the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Millhouse. Can I just at this point, we are closely coming up to 9:30, we need an extension. You'll propose, seconded, how long are we extending this meeting to? 10 o'clock, and then are we adjourning, and we'll just have to yeah. So are we intending to do the whole agenda, if we can? Right, so if we extend it to 10:30? Okay, we'll extend it to 10 then. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Right, so I'll move it from the chair, and will someone second it, please? All those in favour, please show. Thank you. So back to Edward, please.
Thank you, Chair. So planning permission in this instance is sought for the conversion and extension of the barn to the rear/side of the Royal Oak House, the former Royal Oak Public House, to form a single-storey dwelling. This is the location plan. I should note to members at this stage that the location plan was amended during the course of application. It has effectively shrunk by being offset by the boundary of the watercourse north of the site by approximately 10 metres. The barn, you can see it effectively is in the bottom right of the red line boundary, so it is built on existing hard standing and forms effectively an L-shape arrangement with the Royal Oak building. These are the existing plans of the barn, so it currently stands at effectively a small 2-storey building, and then the proposals include effectively a lean-to front extension and a gable-ended side extension, forming a kitchen and lounge for the proposed single-storey dwelling. And then you can see at the bottom of the image as well the proposed private rear garden space as well, and the relationship with the neighbouring landlord dwelling in that regard. And then these are the existing elevations. And these are the proposed elevations as well. So starting again with the principle, similarly to the previous item we discussed, the location is within the settlement of Tansley. So again, it falls under policy S3 in that regard. So there's principal support there for new development, provided it complies with other elements of policy in the local plan. Similar assessments were made with regards to highways in terms of its utilising the existing access visibility display improvements proposed to be made, which the local highway authority have supported, and they have provided overall no objections to the scheme, subject to conditions. With regards to the character of the proposals, the consideration was that that the proposed extensions and conversions overall are appropriate and subservient in this instance and would not impact on the wider character of the area or the cluster of the buildings in that regard. And furthermore, there'll be similar conditions required for provision of hard and soft landscaping scheme as well. With regards to ecology, so there were back reports that were carried out, and in this instance, let me just get the specifics right on this one. So because there were previous reports carried out as well, which had confirmed a presence of a day roost within two of the crevices on the western elevation of the barn, and the end result being that the recommendation was that a bat licence be secured, and DWT have agreed with that recommendation. They've also put forward, with regards to the three tests, that they think that the proposals with appropriate mitigation measures in mind would not result in any impact on the favourable conservation status. So just talking about those three tests again in that regard, so Regulation 55 of the Conservation Habitats and Species Regulation 2019 requires development that requires a bat licence to pass three tests. So the first one being that the development's in the overriding public interest. The second one being that there's no satisfactory alternative to development, and third being that it will not be detrimental to the maintenance of the population and the species concerned in that regard. With regards to B&G, so the proposal is to provide a biodiversity net gain on site. Baseline assessment's been carried out and agreed with Derbyshire Wildlife Trust. The baseline has undergone a lot of discussions over the course of the application with Derbyshire Wildlife Trust, and the location plan, the red line boundary has changed over the course of the application. So the summary is that DWT is satisfied that the current baseline assessment reflects an on-site biodiversity value based on the current red line boundary of the site. In terms of the proposed loss of trees, in terms of the ones that lost as a result of the development, it's 3 in terms of the fruit trees that are proposed for removal, in terms of where the extensions are sited. There has been an arboricultural report that was submitted as part of this application and the next item on the agenda as well, which did indeed recommend a sort of proactive approach in terms of the removal of a lot of other trees, in terms of particularly one suffering from ash dieback. I believe all of the trees that were proposed for removal were category C and category U, and those proposed removals were agreed with the tree officer in this regard, or the tree officer provided no objections to those. The landscaping condition proposed will give us further opportunity to assess the proposals in terms of replanting in that regard as well, for anything beyond the net gain plan in that regard. So, as discussed in other applications in this regard, the requirement at this stage is to secure the baseline assessment, and then there's a deemed condition that will be applied in terms of a pre-commencement condition that secures that the developer would have to submit a net gain plan to set out how they're meeting the 10% statutory requirement. In terms of turning to conditions that are recommended, I've already talked about the hard and soft landscaping that's recommended. DWT have also recommended habitat management and monitoring plan to be submitted and approved in writing by the LPA. They've also recommended what they've coined a special enhancement plan, which in effect provides for or requires submission of details of biodiversity enhancements, so things such as nest boxes and bat boxes. They've also required that the conversion not take place until a bat license has been secured. Then we turn to the same condition that applies in terms of providing a detailed lighting strategy in the event that lighting is proposed to make sure that that does not adversely impact on any bats in the area. With regards to trees as well, there is a condition there to provide details of protected fencing in terms of any retained trees. And the same goes for, there's a condition requiring that retained trees effectively not be cut down. Any retained trees that are removed need to be planted at the same place, and a tree of such a size and species are planted in a manner specified by the LPA. It's standardised wording that's been used in previous decisions made by this authority. Similar conditions as per the previous item with regards to highways, in terms of ensuring that the proposed car parking and visibility display improvements are made prior to occupation. And finally, there's also requirements to provide further details on designs such as means of enclosure, and on external window and door details. And then there's also some precautionary working measures as well in terms of safeguarding protected species. So ensuring no building works take place effectively in the nesting bird season, and a similar condition applies to ensure that excavations are covered for the purposes of protecting badgers and hedgehogs. And then the same goes for vegetation clearance in that regard as well. So overall, again, subject to conditions, the recommendation is to approve. And I'd like to, as you may have noted at the end of the report, it should be noted that because this is a provision for housing, due to the fact that the local authority cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, what's known as the tilted balance is in effect, meaning that there's a presumption in favour of sustainable development, and effectively the local plan policies are considered out of date for this purpose. And in order for an application of this type to be refused, any adverse impacts would have to significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that very detailed report. You've worked very hard on that, Edward. The only thing that troubles me, and I think for most members, is it's one thing us sat here and listening to everything you've outlined. Who actually ensures that all these conditions and, legal things are actually, I mean, I'm not suggesting the developer would, but we've all seen cases where the damage or whatever shouldn't have been done happens, and it's too late then to get someone to. What I'm really saying to you is, how confident can we be that, all those well-meaning aspects to your report will actually be there to safeguard on site?
Well, the same goes for effectively any planning conditions that are applied on any planning permission. In terms of it, we have our powers to enforce against any breaches of planning conditions in that regard, and there's a heap of case law as in terms of how we enforce against different types of breaches of planning conditions, whether or not they go to the heart of the permission and whether they don't. It depends on the nature of the breach in that regard, but that's not something we would need to consider. Our purpose is to assess whether or not the conditions that are being proposed in this instance meet the 6 tests in that regard. So it is worth considering at this stage, and it's something that members will need to bear in mind is whether they are of the opinion that the conditions being proposed meet the 6 tests in that regard, so including whether they are precise and enforceable amongst the other reasons as well.
Thank you, Edward. Councillor Lithwaite, do you wish to ask a question? You don't? It's open, members, for questions. We went on site, looked at all three applications, obviously. So, in terms of the officer report, are members, or is someone prepared? Yeah, ask a question.
Can I just be clear, through you, Chair? Are the permitted development rights removed for the barn as well?
Through you, Chair, that's not something I've proposed on this application. The reason for it on the previous application was to protect the character of the Royal Oak, because I consider that to be in a prominent location, and it would be more sensitive to changes to its appearance in that regard. That also reflected conditions previously applied to similar consents on that. I've not deemed that necessary for the barn in this case, partly down to its existing character, and also because of the constraints of the site as well. It is a lot more limited in what could be done under permitted development rights in any case.
So, members, we've got an officer recommendation. Are members prepared to support that and move it, or do you have a different view and wish to refuse the application? Councillor Lithwaite.
I'm happy to propose to support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Does that find a seconder, please, Councillor Hughes?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd be happy to support it as well. But turning to the roof, can we condition that if it is asbestos, as I understand it, and therefore it's going to be re-roofed, and we need, have we conditioned a material that will be suitable for the roof?
Edward.
Thank you, through you, Chair. We can include as part of the conditions something to provide to confirm as well. So the materials will have been specified on the application form in any case, but in terms of securing the character of the building, considering it is effectively it's a barn conversion in this instance, we can condition details of effectively the details of the roof in that regard as well.
So, if we can include that, I'd be grateful. Thank you.
Any comments from members towards the motion?
Can I also say? Can I also say how excellent the reports to the committee have been, both written and in person. I mean, they are really clear and have been very, very helpful in coming to decisions. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes, for those comments.
Thank you.
So then, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour of the motion before the committee? And that appears to be unanimous. Thank you. One abstention. Thank you, Councillor Buttle. So we move swiftly then on to page 110. It really starts on 111. It pertains to the erection of 2 dwellings with approval being sought for access at, again, the same site, Royal Oak House, Alfreton Road, The Cliff, Tansley. We have a number of people that wish to speak to the committee, and I'd like to start first with Parish Councillor Vicky Rains, please.
Okay, a speed survey and walking route survey of the A615 to Highfields was undertaken by DDC some time ago. The speed data informed us that 85 percentile of traffic complied with the speed limit, and accidents were reported within yards of the pub. The exit from the proposed site has poor sight lines and exits onto a dangerous road with poor geometry and speeding traffic. The proposed mitigation cannot improve the narrow pavement, which is also not flat but angled towards the pub. It precludes the use by disabled persons and the use of a buggy. There has been no assessment of the pavement related to pedestrian safety, which is contrary to MPPF 116B. One could argue the proposed site is not sustainable as village amenities cannot be accessed without a car. It is a concern that the baseline for parking and manoeuvring is an established restaurant. This is flawed information which is out of date. The restaurant closed years ago, probably due to the location. It has always been accepted by Derbyshire Dales District Council that a green buffer between the industrial estate and the village would be retained. In fact, it is mentioned in your local plan. The proposed development would erode this buffer. The proposed site lies outside the settlement boundary for Tansley and is classified as countryside. It abuts the Lumsdale Conservation Area and forms part of a patchwork of habitats adjacent to the Bentley Brook tributary. Damaging this intrinsic green buffer outweighs the building of 2 homes, bearing in mind Tansley is already providing 100 new homes for the district. We are concerned that much of the site has already been cleared of vegetation using a mechanical digger. There has been no assessment of the land related to invasive species to include Japanese knotweed. This destructive plant was found on adjacent land and has been having specialist treatment over several years to eradicate it. However, assurances are urgently needed that this reckless destruction of the land has not spread the plant to other areas. Looking at the conditions, I note the times of working and request they are changed to comply with statutory working times, i.e. 8 till 6, Monday to Friday, not 8 till 7 as written in the report. A condition also needs to be included to assess if Japanese knotweed is present on the whole site, not just within the red line, which has been amended recently. An assessment of accessibility of the pavement is also needed prior to any decision. Finally, should this land be deemed suitable for residential development by DDC, what guarantees are in place to protect established residents related to conditions imposed upon the site, and that these conditions will be complied with, and that the LA will act in a robust way to protect the community if there is no compliance? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vicky. We move now to Councillor Steve Wayne. Matlock Flood Warden. Thank you for your patience, Steve. I
could say I don't know how you do it every month, Chair, but bless you. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I speak as Matlock Flood Warden this evening, and I have significant concerns regarding the recurring issues that we have with surface water and foul flows pouring into our antiquated Victorian sewer systems. If we continue to authorise small individual developments without taking account of their cumulative impact, we're only going to add to and not reduce the impact of flows for residents and businesses further downstream, namely in Matlock Green. This application falls within the Bentley Brook surface water catchment, which recently has been subject of a comprehensive assessment by the Environment Agency. It took over 2 years. The report identified serious concerns regarding surface water volumes and the effectiveness of the Knowlston Place pumping station. Most concerning is that currently, at times of during times of floods, the pump station has been at capacity. Furthermore, with increasing water levels attributed to global warming and increased housing development, it is projected that this infrastructure will have to accommodate 100% more flows within the next 40 years. Time is running out to make changes, and the negative actions we take today will only increase the water flows on this catchment. You cannot carve into large areas of landscape which absorb water and reduce runoff by replacing it with hard landscaping without having adverse consequences. This is the most recent of a number of developments within the Tansley area. It must be borne in mind that all surface water and most foul water flows from developments on Church Street, Whiteley Lane, Thatcher's Croft, and this one on the cliff end up flowing down the Bentley Brook through to Matlock Green. And bear in mind that there is a conservation area a very short distance further down that hill. Many of the local sewers are combined, so increases in surface water at times of significant rainfall often force human waste into the streets. I've personally observed this on many occasions in the last 5 years, particularly in Matlock Green, and it's coming downhill. Most things flow downhill.
I speak on this issue because I have recently been contacted by a resident who informs me that there is clear evidence of an issue with foul water sewer leading through the site. This matter has been reported to Severn Trent Water, which I understand is documented. However, having raised this with the local planning authority, I'm advised that it is not within their power to further this matter. Apparently, it's because it's under 10, it isn't a major site. They inform me that it's up to Severn Trent Water to connect a new development to the system. How on earth can this committee be expected to authorise an outline application knowing that such information regarding, another lady alluded to it a short time ago, that there are issues with the foul sewer? After my submission, the developer has offered to mitigate such flows, but as we have seen only too often, attenuation is poorly planned, inadequately built, and even more concerningly, ineffectively monitored and enforced. Should you choose to approve this, please ensure that you give rigorous conditions. My views may be held as non-professional and lacking experience, but something has to be done now to reduce water levels in the Bentley Brook catchment. All stakeholders in the planning process and this committee have a duty to protect our residents, communities and businesses. I urge this committee and planners, including those on the new local plan committee, to take note of the contents of the Environmental Agency report, which I have circulated to the planning department, but not everybody has seen, I understand, to protect the eastern side of our head. And just finally, I mentioned about the tilted balance and us not having enough houses. I want to know where the safety of our town and the safety of our residents come in that tilted balance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wayne. So I invite Ms. Emma Smith, please. And Emma, you've got 3 minutes.
Residential amenity. I am representing Mr. and Mrs. Brassington as their son's partner. The Brassingtons have resided for over 44 years at Ashley Close and are very concerned with the proposal. The terrain of the site is very steep, with a valley effect on Ashley Close. The Brassingtons' bungalow faces the proposed dwellings, with the geography of the site overlooking and therefore loss of privacy into their living accommodation is inevitable. The valley effect will generate further noise and light pollution and car emissions for the close residents, with sounds echoing, car LED headlights and lighting being projected down the hill, and an increase in carbon emissions affecting residents and wildlife alike. Flooding. Climate change has meant more frequent flooding onto the natural soakaway areas. Building on the proposed outline site will mean less permeable land with less trees to absorb the water. Foul water is also affected. Raw sewage has been filmed spilling out of the inspection chamber. This is not the first incident, and Severn Trent are monitoring. Approval of this application and the other connected applications will add an additional load to the already stressed sewage system, with even more frequent raw sewage spills into the brook, affecting the brook wildlife and creating an environmental hazard for residents. Traffic and transportation. Access is off the busy A615, 10,000 average vehicles annually, and dangerous, indicated by a double white line and clearway system. Access is restricted sight lines due to a bend in the road and a substantial stone building. Highway safety, like restricted sight lines, is a concern, as is conflict of movement under the other road junction, Alders Lane, which is only 30 metres away. Further increased movement of traffic with this development will lead to a higher risk of accidents, 3 already recorded by the police. I request the visibility display condition for all 3 applications has the X and Y distances included for clarity. Parking. The parking plan, if conditioned, caters for the dwelling's parking but does not seem to accommodate other vehicles who will inevitably need to visit the site. Service emergency visitors. The currently presented plan is somewhat scattergun and shared with 2 connected applications. We are concerned that there are no close options for overflow parking on this site, as parking on the A615 is not an option. We are also concerned that there is no identified cycle storage on the parking plan, which is noted as a condition. Site hours. Construction hours, condition 16, agenda page 124, 1974 Pollution Control Act, legislates construction site noise, as this is a family neighbourhood, could with weekday hours of construction be reduced to 5 p.m. to ensure that children's bedtimes are not delayed? And then I just want to note that in the agenda pack there are errors. I've noted these for Mr Brassington and sent them to the committee admin on the 11th of November, so I wanted to bring that up, that there are errors in the agenda packs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And again, I invite Dr. Peter Davis, local resident, please, to speak against the application.
Thank you. Not too keen on this development, as you'd imagine. We have a number of issues with professionalism presented. The biodiversity really isn't met with this application. So in terms of policy on the west boundary site, there are 60 mature trees over 80 metres high. So these are very large, very old trees, some of them 10 to 100 years old. So it will take generations for these to grow to this stature. The plans to remove 12 of these trees on the west border of the site appears to be very, very heavy-handed. The LPA has a duty to ensure retention of trees where feasible, as they offer a huge amount of visual amenity, according to the policies that are written for this Derbyshire Dales area. Moreover, the Planning Office considers that the developer can still build the 2 proposed houses and retain the tree lines. The tree line offers a significant benefit to wildlife, neighbours and site occupants, with noise and light pollution screening from the busy A615. Over 10,000 people a day, just like you, benefit from seeing these trees as they drive into and out of Matlock. So if you think, as you're driving out of Matlock towards Alfreton, you see lines and lines of trees. And this is a benefit to everybody. We request a sympathetic managed approach to these trees by only thinning where necessary. There is an ash tree on this western boundary that is not in a good state. We understand that this could be removed, but we ask that some of these trees that are very healthy and provide a positive benefit are retained. Thank you.
Thank you. Turn to Mr. Peter Hoy, local resident. Please, Peter, to comment on the application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to reiterate my my previous comments. There are flaws with the assessment of biodiversity net gain. I pointed these out to Mr. Vorden. I've not had any response, but I have had a response from Derbyshire Wildlife Trust today, and I think it's important that I read probably their 4th paragraph out. The assessment will need to be amended prior to the determination of the application to show that the tree line is present and to accurately assess the extent of the anticipated impacts as per the recommendations made within the ARB report. That solely concerns trees. There are other errors. The site boundary is different in the biodiversity net gain assessment to the application site location plan. Clearly, there is an inconsistency, and I need to point towards the legal requirements which have not been met in this or the previous application. The arboricultural assessment identifies 5 fruit trees. I think Mr. Vorden may have misled the committee in saying there's only 3 fruit trees to be lost. Clearly not the case. The arboricultural assessment is clear.
Okay, bring in the...
Sorry, through your chair. I mean, I think it's questionable, at the very least, to start questioning officers and suggesting misleading events from officers, professional officers' authority. I think that should be taken up members' mind, if at all possible, please. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just want to point out that clearly there is misinformation in the submission, in the information that's been provided, and the committee needs to understand that. There is a strict legal requirement. This is not a matter of planning balance. or judgment, it is a legal requirement. I just want to make that clear. There are other issues with the assessment. The Wildlife Trust, Derbyshire Wildlife Trust, suggested that a precautionary method statement should be followed in clearing the site. Clearly, the site's already been cleared. This is a cynical approach to the development of this site. It has no regard to biodiversity, as far as I can see. It's flawed in a number of ways. I struggle to see how this complies with local policy, PD3, or the requirements of the MPPF. And I think it's sensible that you consider at least deferring this application until the correct information is provided.
Okay, thank you. Christine, do you have any response in a legal capacity to what's being alleged?
What about the removal of the trees?
Yeah.
Well, I'd say that it's the only evidence is provided, so it's relied upon the information provided to him.
Through each, I guess my answer to it will be that our tree officer has reviewed the arboricultural assessment that was provided in that regard. And so they're happy with it in that aspect. With regards to the baseline as well, the latest official comments from Derbyshire Wildlife Trust were that they accepted the baseline. And I am aware of the dialogue that has been happening with Derbyshire Wildlife Trust because I too have been in conversation with them today as well. Although having said that, they haven't made any updated official representation on this matter in any case, but they have told me verbally in any case that their existing comments still stand in terms of the baseline assessment that's been provided. This is with regards to the loss of trees outside of the red line boundary of the site. There is absolutely a legal requirement for us to require on-site biodiversity habitat value to be assessed and provided through a metric, and Derbyshire Wildlife Trust are satisfied that that has been carried out. It is acknowledged that that the arboricultural assessment that was provided did propose removal of trees effectively that were outside of the red line boundary in this instance. But with that in mind, that is the reason those were not included on the baseline assessment, and that is the basis that DWT have operated on. If that does mean that those elements, when it comes to reserve matter stage, any of those on record at this stage, any sort of point of land where those trees are does not form part of the development site. So there can be no development as part of this. If members are minded to grant plan permission, any area where there are trees at this stage on that western boundary, those are not part within the site. Effectively, that's on record, and that is based on the amended location plan that's submitted. The amendment that was made, again, the difference was moving the red line boundary back from the watercourse by 10 metres. That was the amendment that was sought during the course of the application, or the amendment that was put forward by the applicant in that regard. So my summary on that point is that Derbyshire Wildlife Trust's official comments on this point is that effectively that they agree with the baseline assessment. And in any case, the other thing I should point out is that where there are other trees proposed to be lost, if they're not, for a start, if they're outside of the development site, they can't be considered as part of the biodiversity assessment. Because this is an outline application in any case, we do have local plan policies in terms of PD6, which requires where there are tree removals, justified tree removals, where the tree officer in this instance has agreed that they're justified. If they do propose to implement those, which they'd have to secure as part of the landscaping scheme at the reserve matters stage, then we would be expecting them to provide appropriate replanting of those in that instance.
Thank you. Members' questions, please. We need to extend the meeting again, please. Oh, sorry, I've missed. It's getting rather late. I do apologise. I forgot to invite the agent to come and make, so please.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So this application seeks to make use of the former car park, garden and land to the rear of the former public house to provide 2 new dwellings. I'd like to start with the principle of development, if I may. As the officer's report explains, Derbyshire Dale's local plan policy S4 permits housing developments on the edge of settlement framework boundaries in circumstances where there's no 5-year housing supply. Obviously, that policy is multifaceted. There's other caveats, but the principle, I believe, is there. So it's not a situation where the council's being forced by government guidance, in effect, to accept development it doesn't want. It is acceptable in principle, in my view, and I believe your officer's view, in line with the council's own adopted policy. I'd like also to just pick up on the fact that this is an outline application. Obviously, outline applications are a long-standing feature of the English planning system. This outline application seeks to agree access only. There will be a subsequent reserve matters application that will give the council control over the layout, the appearance, the scale, materials and landscaping of the scheme. And it's the applicant's intention to appoint award-winning Matlock architects, Evans Vittori, to prepare a detailed scheme. To be fair, though, the council does need to be satisfied that the site is capable of accommodating 2 dwellings without clearly harming the neighbours or any other technical considerations. But this is a large site which can comfortably accommodate the 2 dwellings. As stated in the officer's report, there's a separation distance of between 47 and 60 metres from the back of the dwellings on the indicative plan to the neighbouring dwellings on Ashley Close, and a tree line between the 2. This is 2 to 3 times the accepted minimum standards, but there is room on the site to turn the dwellings 90 degrees, so that the principal aspect is not facing north at reserve matter stage if necessary. There's no objections from County Highways, the Wildlife Trust, the Environment Agency or the tree officer. Just regarding flooding and drainage, there's currently a very large car park with no permeable surfacing or oil traps. The delivery of a small number of dwellings will have the potential to reduce, well, it will reduce surface water runoff and potential pollution risks. Landscaping, will be controlled at reserve matter stage, which will allow for this situation to be improved. Building regulations in any event requires greenfield runoff rates on any new development these days and the proper disposal of foul water. It's applicant's intention to deliver heat pumps and solar panels on the buildings, and just to pick up on the discussion on the trees, again, there may have been some confusion. The tree survey recommended the removal of some trees on the western boundary due to their condition, but they are outside the red line, they're in neighbouring land, so it's not proposed on the plan to remove those trees. Now, the council's own settlement hierarchy classifies Tansley as a Tier 3 settlement, as you'll know. Only the market towns of Matlock, Wirksworth and Ashbourne and Darley Dale are higher in this pecking order. The village has a primary school, there's a short bus ride from Matlock, and there are employment opportunities at the Brookfield Industrial Estate. So Tansley is a sustainable location for a small amount of new housing. And at a time of acknowledged housing shortage within the district, small sites on the edge of settlement boundaries that are well contained by surrounding development can make a valuable contribution to housing supply. So I'd like to welcome the officer's report and recommendation, and ask that you please approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we need to make an extension, please. Would someone move an extension? And seconded, yeah. All those in favour, what are we going for? Half past 10, right. It's open for members' questions now. Councillor Slag.
Thank you, Chair. The agents just mentioned about the car park on the area. It's is this car park solid or is it permanent? Is it permanent? It takes water in.
Through you, Chairman. So, apologies. Do you mind repeat? So, was your question in terms of the status of the permeability of the existing car park?
Yes, the car park.
The existing car park it's hard standing. It's not permeable. Yes.
So water runs off it.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I do apologise. As I say, it's getting a bit late for me. I've been here since 5:15. So I apologise that you haven't given your presentation.
No problem, Chairman. Thank you. As it's an out-and-out application, it will be brief in that regard. I'll try to be brief, at least initially, on the proposal. Although I would like to try and take the opportunity, I guess, to address elements and concerns that have been raised as well where I can. So this is seeking outline planning permission for the erection of 2 dwellings, with approval being sought for access at this stage, with all other matters reserved. So this is the site here. So it consists of a portion of the car park to the rear of the former Royal Oak Public House, as well as the beer garden and effectively, I believe, was described as amenity grassland to the rear of the site as well. That is what is an indicative layout of potential siting of 2 dwellings on site. So layout at this stage is not up for consideration, but it is nevertheless up to for members to consider whether it is possible to site 2 dwellings at this location in a manner that would not result in any adverse impact on the character of the area, on residential amenity, and those forms of considerations. However, at this stage, we do not have details of scale or appearance or layout, but that gives you a guide as to a potential layout solution in that regard. So that is a parking bay layout plan, which the higher authority reviewed and required to be conditioned to be delivered prior to occupation. Let me just clarify what other plans we have here. And that is, I apologise that I haven't shown this plan with regards to the other items, but it is the same visibility plan that has been considered in each 3 of these. So, as discussed previously, there's a section of wall, effectively east of the actual Royal Oak building that's supposed to be set down to 600 millimetres to enable better visibility looking eastward, particularly where there's a sharper bend effectively around the corner. So that will enable better visibility to enable improve the use of the existing access in that regard. So I'll turn to, I'll use this slide, I think, as a good example. So, starting with the principal development, this site, unlike the other 2, is actually partially outside of the settlement boundary for Tansley, so it falls to be considered under policy S4. So S4 does have a range of criteria for where residential development will be acceptable, and one of them is where development is proposed on the edge of Tier 1, 2 or 3 settlement boundaries in instances where the local planning authority cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. And that is the position we're in currently, and this is on the edge of the settlement boundary of Tansley, which is a Tier 3 settlement. So on that basis, the principal development is accepted on those terms in that regard. But I should note as well, similarly to the barn conversion application as well, the tilted balance is still enabled. However, in this instance, in any case, I've considered it complies with S4 in terms of it falling under that, being acceptable under that criteria. The access, as discussed, the higher authority have not provided any objections to it. The proposed improvements to the visibility in that regard are considered to be acceptable. There are conditions proposed in terms of securing cycle parking and compliance with the parking bay layout as well. In terms of character, so at this stage, it just falls to us to consider whether it's possible to site 2 dwellings at this location in a manner that would be acceptable in terms of the impacts on the character of the area. And I've deemed that in this instance, based on the size of the site, there's sufficient space on site to site 2 dwellings in a manner that would be acceptable in the character of this area in terms of density as well. I think two dwellings is appropriate, or can be delivered in this on this site in that regard. Turning to amenity, again, it just falls to whether or not it's possible to deliver two dwellings in a manner that would be appropriate, have an appropriate relationship with neighbouring properties. Based on the indicative layout that was proposed, I believe they're separate. Apologise, I don't have the exact separation distances between, but I believe it's well in excess of 30 metres between the proposed dwellings and the dwellings on Ashley Close, the actual point of the rear walls of the dwellings on Ashley Close. So I've considered that it is possible to deliver 2 dwellings on this site in a manner that would not result in any adverse impacts on the amenity afforded to neighbouring properties in that regard. And the same applies for other properties on Alfreton Road as well. With regards to ecology, so DWT have provided, again, so they've overall provided no objections subject to a range of conditions. There was a preliminary ecological appraisal provided in terms of impacts, potential impacts on protected species. DWT was satisfied that there'd be no impact on protected species provided there was compliance with suitable precautionary working measures. That relates to not developing the site within nesting bird season and similar conditions that have been applied on the previous 2 items as well. With regards to biodiversity net gain, again, as discussed at reasonable length prior to my presentation, this has been agreed in DWT's latest official comments on the matter. In terms of the baseline, it's based on the biodiversity value that's included within the red line boundary, and they're satisfied that it is feasible to deliver a 10% net gain on site. So on that basis, it would fall to post-determination pre-commencement condition in terms of delivering a net gain plan. So at this stage, whilst the applicant has put forward a potential solution in terms of how they would deliver the net gain, that's not secured at this time. It is. But it's only a potential, effectively. It's a potential solution, and it's something that will be assessed in further detail post-determination in that regard. With regards to potential impacts on trees and just generally on landscaping, we do have the arboricultural report, which, as previously discussed, was agreed with the trees officer, but that's subject to effectively further details to be discussed at the reserve matters stage with regards to landscaping. We have policy PD6, which the application would need to be assessed under in terms of ensuring that there was appropriate replanting where relevant. On flooding, the site is in flood zone 1 in this instance, so there was no need for a flood risk assessment. With regards to drainage, so the proposal is for them to have mains connections effectively, which the water company would need to approve. And then it's also proposed to provide sustainable drainage on site, which is recommended to be secured by condition. And the wording of the condition, I believe in this instance, is to ensure that it comes forward as part of the reserve matters, so to be considered holistically as part of the landscaping as well. I'm just trying to locate that condition as well. Yeah, that's condition 3 as well in there. So that includes the requirement to provide details of sustainable drainage as part of any reserve matters application that comes in. In terms of some of the comments that have come up during some notes anyway that have come up, I guess, the point on the construction hours condition. So that's normally a condition that's recommended by our environmental health team. As planners, we're normally, in terms of conditions that effectively follow legislation or are designed to follow existing separate legislation, as to whether or not it's necessary to apply them it's up for debate effectively. But in any instance, if there are stricter requirements set in legislation than the condition, then the developer will need to comply with the legislation that will override that condition in that instance, in any case. With regards to errors on the agenda pack, that's I would assume that refers to the location plan amendments, which are presented in the presentation. So that is the location plan we're assessing under. That refers to the effect of the shrinking of the red line boundary, 10 metres from the top of the site. And again, I'd just like to remind, for the purposes of this application, the fact that we think matters such as scale, appearance, and layout and landscaping are all reserved at this stage. They're not up for consideration at this time, but the local planning authority will have the opportunity to comment on and assess all of those elements at that stage and apply conditions where it deems necessary to do so at that stage, as long as they're relevant to those reserved matters. So again, I think overall, subject to those conditions, satisfied that it complies with policy in that regard and can be approved.
Thank you. Okay, members. Councillor Lathwaite and then Councillor Hughes.
Yes, thank you. This is partially with my flood warden's hat on. I noticed there's nothing from the flood team. Is that because you said it's flood area 1 and therefore not?
Through you, Chairman. So when you say in terms of the Environment Agency, I believe did provide a comment, they provided no comment on the basis that it was located within flood zone 1. Their purview normally focuses mostly on flooding, so you're talking fluvial flooding in that regard, so river flooding. In terms of as the lead local flood authority weren't consulted on this on the basis that they have informed us effectively that they respond only to major applications in that instance, effectively. That's down to the expected level of impact, actual impact on surface water runoff. In this instance, in terms of quantified impact on surface water, it's not something a proposal that is of a large enough scale to require technical details in that regard. And in any case, there's a condition proposed to secure sustainable drainage, citing policy PD8 in terms of securing it where appropriate and integrating it into the design to ensure that surface water runoff is dealt with as part of that wider landscaping of the scheme.
Okay, thank you, Edward. It really, the issue, okay, I'll say that for debate. Thank you.
Councillor Hughes. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Chair. Just really picking up on Councillor Wayne and Councillor Linthwaite's points. Can we condition a grey water scheme for this site so that some of the surface water runoff would be used actually within the buildings, and therefore the amount of surface water runoff would be reduced a little bit at least?
Edward.
Thank you, through you, Chair. That's potentially something that can be conditioned. We'd need to be satisfied with ourselves that it passes the 6 tests in being necessary in order to approve the development in that instance. And we'd need to determine whether it's appropriate to apply it to the outline plan permission or if it's one to be considered as part of the reserve matters application once the layout is, once we've got a better idea of what the details of the layout and the landscaping being proposed as well.
Okay, I think the issue is that the sewer that goes down, that this will feed into, goes down Lumsdale and is already overflowing, as Councillor Wayne indicated, and there has also been indications that it overflows in Tansley as well, as one of the other speakers indicated, and therefore there is a real need to minimise any water going into the combined sewer, and that would include any surface water going into the combined sewer, and therefore to use the surface water as grey water in the buildings would reduce the overall water usage of those buildings and drainage as well. So that would be the requirement, and as such, it would therefore be something that would be needed as part of the outline planning permission because it is about the sustainability of dwellings on this site rather than the detail of how those dwellings are implemented.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, it's potentially a condition that if members are satisfied that they want to put forward to be attached, then that's something that could be done effectively.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Slack.
Thank you, Chair. Just returning to what I was asking about the car park, it's solid. The water runs off normally, so therefore there won't be any extra water going down into the Bentley Brook catchment area from this area. I agree with Councillor Hughes that we should use grey water wherever possible, but that is exactly the same, isn't it, really? If that's solid ground, that water will still run down into Bentley Brook. We don't want any more water going into Bentley Brook because it's gusted out some places under severe pressure at different times. So, but building these houses won't actually make any difference, will it? Because the water's already running off the solid ground.
Through you, Chair, I think effectively that's an observation I must confess. In terms of the precise sort of square meterage assessment, in terms of keeping a tally of the level of hard standing that's proposed to be added versus removed, that's not something I have information on. Partly because this is an outline application, so the level of hard standing being proposed as part of the landscaping is not something up for consideration at this time. But I think in any case, just because of the scale of the application, we're talking about 2 dwellings. It's not a scale of application where I consider it would have, based within the conscience of delivering a reasonably appropriate landscaping scheme, it would not, in my view, have a material impact on surface water in and of itself. Having said that, of course, that's subject to delivering an appropriate landscaping scheme with the sustainable drainage integrated as per secured by condition.
Just to come back, this is only 2 dwellings and probably won't really add to the water flow, as I've already said, down in the Bentley Brook catch area. Because, God forbid, we don't want increasing water going down to Bentley Brook to Noston Place, because it's only a matter of time before Noston Place fails. I've been there and it's nearly failed before, and it will fail eventually with climate change. So, yeah.
One other thing I'd like to point at this stage through you, Chairman, I guess, is that the water company as well does have a wider duty. I'm afraid I don't have the specific wording to hand at this stage, but they do have a wider duty as a whole to effectively to ensure that the sort of public sewage infrastructure in that case is effectively up to standard and not overflowing in that regard, and to use, well, in effect, public funds to secure infrastructure improvements where they deem it necessary. It only falls, in terms of our assessment of planning applications, our only mechanism for securing improvements with regards to that would be, I guess, have to be bound to considering the impacts of this development in terms of drainage. And that's why, in terms of my assessment, I don't think that, because it's 2 dwellings, I don't think that's of a scale that requires certainly not any sort of obligations in terms of improving public level infrastructure, because that's something that is expected to be delivered effectively by the water company on a larger sort of societal, if you will, improvement. Having said that as well, that doesn't mean to say that the water company doesn't have improvements to make in that regard, but that falls outside of the planning process and certainly falls outside of the this planning application as well.
Councillor Sue Burfoot, then Councillor Peter O'Brien.
It's getting late, so I may have not listened very carefully, but the line of trees at the bottom of that site, are they protected?
No.
No.
So there's no tree preservation order, and the site does not fall within a conservation area. So on that basis, they're not protected under any form of legislation. And the trees at the bottom of the site, well, currently, so they do not form part of the site application. They fall outside of the red line boundary. Having said that, apologies for interrupting. Because they're not protected trees, whomever the landowner is, if they decide at some point to remove those trees completely separate to any planning application, they can do so without permission. However, there are separate other matters that fall outside, the planning process in that regard.
Whose ownership those trees are? Whose ownership are those trees at the bottom of that siting? Because they seem to provide quite a good sort of screen between the site and the Ashley Close properties.
Through each other, they'll stay within their current ownership effectively.
So who is that? Whose ownership are they in?
Well, the landowners.
Which landowners?
That's not. It doesn't matter who it is.
No, but I'm just curious. So
in terms of what I can clarify is that, as a hypothetical, on the basis of the site location plan that's been provided, if people were to move into dwellings built on this site based on the red line boundary and all the rest of this built, so effectively based on this application, they would not have any ownership effectively of those trees. However, having said that, land ownership is effectively a completely separate issue, but those proposed plots don't have anything to do effectively with that line of trees adjacent to the watercourse.
So we've no plans at all in this application to try and protect those trees from being felled?
They're not inside the red line boundary in that regard. There's having said that, completely separately, if members of the public feel that they are particularly valuable, this is completely separate to the planning application in any case. The same powers and all the rest that remain in place for the council to consider, requests to add tree preservation orders or tree preservation order areas where relevant. But as I say, that's not subject to this application and not in scope of this application.
So could I also be a bit pedantic and ask the settlement boundary, how much of this proposed site is within the settlement boundary and how much isn't?
That's through you, Chair. Exact percentages,
roughly.
I believe the settlement boundary, I must confess I don't have the plan in front of me, but as I recall, it follows a similar line to the beer garden in effect. So actually, looking at the plan that's on screen at the moment, you can see two lines. So two lines sort of within the red line boundary. The southern, those two lines, within the two of them is the beer garden in that sense. So the settlement boundary runs through that, potentially on the northern edge of it. But in any case, that doesn't change the policy assessment that's been made. We've taken effectively a worst case scenario in that regard is that we treat the development as a whole to be outside of the settlement boundary, particularly because a portion of it definitely is.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Neil Buttle.
I'm vaguely tempted here. I'm actually really quite tempted to move for deferment on this because I'm exhausted. I'm really tired. We've got to come up with a good set of tight conditions. We've got to get our heads around this, and I'm not sure I'm actually really up to it. So if anyone would like to support me with that, I'd welcome that. Thank you.
Does that find a seconder?
I would second deferring consideration of all further items rather than just this one.
Right. Peter, were you?
Sorry, are we allowed to defer on grounds of exhaustion?
Yeah.
Need some advice on that.
Right, we need some legal advice.
Yeah, I mean, we can look through the Constitution and see what exactly would be a valid reason for deferral, but actually we have passed 10:30, which is what the meeting was extended to. So if the meeting were to end now and all further applications were to be taken to a future meeting, then that I believe would be in line with... Yeah. It wouldn't be an adjournment, it would be...
Could I just make a point that if that happens, this application must be the first one on the next planning meeting agenda?
Yeah, those are the rules, Councillor Burfoot. So the ones here would be taken first at the next meeting.
So are we talking adjournment rather than deferment?
No, because if we were to adjourn the meeting, then we would have to reconvene this meeting. And so we'd have to adjourn to a decided time and date. But if the meeting ends, then the consideration of all the items left on the agenda goes to the next.
So we're just going to move, I'm not going to move a deferment at all. We're just going to say, right, that's it, we've had enough.
The meeting has only been extended till 9:30, and we have gone past half past 10 rather, and we've gone past 10:30. So if the meeting were to end now,
Well, if nobody objects, I'm absolutely fine with that because I'm not going to make any good decisions at the moment.
Right,
What is
as we
the-
know,
sorry.
As a point of order, Chair, as it's now 10:30, unless anyone moves that we continue the meeting, that meeting now ends.
Sorry,
As no one has moved, Chair,
I'm
the
going to
meeting is now
conclude the
ended.
meeting on the basis I'm utterly with you, Neil. I am exhausted. We're not making good decisions. So, unfortunately, I know members of the public have been very patient and all the rest of it. So we'll close the meeting and have to salvage and reconvene.
Thank you very much.
Having said that, Chair, I just need to say that it is our colleague Tommy Shaw's final meeting of this committee, and I think it would be remiss of us not to thank him for the sterling contribution he's made to the smooth running of the Planning Committee over the past few years, and I hope you'll join with me in the Chair in wishing him all the success for the future as he moves on to a higher authority.
thank you very much.